global greenhouse, the top 10 climate, the heat waves, or without effective governance, inefficient irrigation, underground water depletion, and pollution will deepen poverty, reduce crop yields, and endanger food security for millions of peoples of Pakistan. On the other hand, Pakistan's more than 1,000 kilometers of coastal and exclusive economic zone offer immense opportunities through fisheries, port trade, renewable energy, and coastal tourism, which are the key components of the blue economy. However, the lack of integrated governance has limited the sustainable use of these resources. Marine pollution, overfishing, and coastal erosion threaten long-term productivity. Bridging blue economy development with sustainable water management can unlock economic growth while ensuring the ecological preservation. Multiple agencies oversee water and marine resources, often with overlapping mandates and limited coordination. Policies remain sectoral rather than integrated, leaving gaps between land-based water management and marine ecosystems management. A national dialogue, is therefore crucial to align the governance structures, legal frameworks, and investment priorities under one holistic vision. In this fourth National Maritime Conference are distinguished guests and speakers from ministries, international organizations, water management bodies, academia, and think tanks. We'll explore and talk more on this topic, and which will strengthen the water and ocean governance, which will demonstrate the Pakistan's commitment to achieving United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and particularly these goals are linked with the goal number 6, clean water and sanitation, and the SDG 14, that is life below water, and contributing towards the environmental stewardship. In the end, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all esteemed panelists and participants for their insights and commitment for making this conference into a remarkable success and a beacon for future collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq, Director, CRIMA. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving towards the first keynote speech of today's conference, and we have with us a person who has served in Pakistan Army for over 40 years, and he was appointed on many of the key positions, including the Commanding Officer, PNS Babur, Naval Attaché, Beijing, China, Commandant, Navy War College, Lahore, and DG Behriya University, Islamabad. He is no other than Rear Admiral Naveed Ahmed Rizvi, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military. He is with us, and I invite you. Yes, Pakistan. I invite him for the keynote speech. The stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. At the very onset, I would like to congratulate and thank the worthy Vice Chancellor who has been instrumental in holding these conferences. And this is the fourth of its series, and I have the honor to be part of all the four. The efforts put in by CRIMA again needs a special mention. Dr. Ishfaq and his team has worked day and night to bring about awareness amongst the masses, and in this university in particular. I congratulate them also on this feat. Moving on, the blue economy is a relatively newer concept. Generally, economic growth of a country, of a nation, is related to the GDP. Nevertheless, this blue economy has been coined lately because of its potential that it can contribute into the overall GDP of the country. Like Dr. Shehzad mentioned it, that it can bring about a very positive change in the overall economic growth of a nation. So its significance cannot be subdued. The 40% of world's population lives on the coast, which is a considerable number. And on this coast, then they have a direct linkage with what happens at sea. Like for Pakistan, I would say our EEZ, which is 240,000 square kilometers, and add another 50,000 of the continental shelf. So this becomes an area which is much bigger than our largest province. So it becomes the 5th province of Pakistan, which is mostly untapped for its potential. There is a need that we make some aggressive policies to bring about a change in our blue economy, which will certainly contribute to the overall economy of the country. The other aspect of blue economy is our large coastline, which starts from the Sir Creek from the east and goes into the west till Jivani, touching Iran. Now, this has a beautiful coast at our disposal, and with, I think, mostly which is untapped again. And we need to make some aggressive policies again to bring in the desired outcome from coastal tourism, coastal welfare, and coastal development. Now, if we divide the blue economy's constituents or the features, it can be clearly divided into two main aspects. One are the living, one are the non-living. Amongst the living, the most important, as you all know, is the fisheries. I'm very happy to learn that Dr. Shahid Aslam is here and hopefully will give us greater insight into the fisheries sector. But, ladies and gentlemen, fisheries is another aspect where countries have, because it constitutes one of a staple food, and it has a lot of potential through which we can gain foreign exchange. Now, Pakistan has a myriad of problems in fishing, starting from the basic old techniques of our fishermen and their old gear, and then moving on to their inability to go and fish in deep sea. Then there is unregulated and unreported fishing, which is another menace. And this fishery sector needs further I think, focus where we can build the fishermen catch is preserved and then packaged properly to make greater exports. So this is one sector within the living part of the blue economy, which needs greater focus and some solid recommendations to improve and enhance the overall contribution of this blue economy into the national exchequer. The next living part is the mangroves. Mangroves, Pakistan is the 5th largest in the world having the mangroves. So those mangroves over the year have disappeared somewhat. As the worthy Vice Chancellor was mentioning, the freshwater inflow from our rivers goes through the delta, Indus Delta, and then into the Arabian Sea. Now, there is a certain amount of water flow which is required so that the growth of mangroves is sustained and further enhanced. Now, there has been some changes which has been made by Ministry of Maritime Affairs, and there was the initiative to improve upon this receding mangroves forest, and it is a healthy sign that we have stopped this recession and will be moving towards a better position in the times to come. Aquaculture, living organisms also form part of this, and in this NIO in Karachi is doing a wonderful job. I have been privy to that, some of the research that they are doing, and I think that has also got a lot of potential. Coming to the non-living, the first and foremost is the ports and shipping areas. Now the ports that we have, Bin Qasim, Karachi, and Gwadar. In this, Bin Qasim has been performing exceptionally well. They are, in fact, lately I have read, ranked 9th in the world. All our LNG is routed through that, which is now coming to the rest of the upper country. Karachi is handling the main cargo for Pakistan, the main port of Pakistan, where almost you can say 90% of our cargo is handled. Now, they have changed to the best practices by bringing in automized container terminals and improving the turnaround time of the ships, so that the ships once come to the anchorage, goes in or roll off, takes in the cargo and goes back. So this whole process has reduced, but still there is a lot of room for improvement. But the sorry part is of that of Gwadar. Somehow Pakistan could not grapple the potential that Gwadar holds. You all must be knowing about the Chinese initiative, the Belt and Road Initiative. And Gwadar constitutes the seaward end of that initiative. From Gwadar, China can have an access to the rest of the world. Similarly, the energy needs of China, which are routed through a very long route, passing through the Straits of Malacca, over Malaysia, Brunei, and then going towards South China Sea. Now, see that if that is done through Gwadar, and we have a refinery over there, and from there this is piped up and goes up, it can bring in so much of prosperity, job creation, it can bring in so much of education, and the living of the people overall, it can bring in a lot of change. For us also, it is also a win-win situation for China, as I have mentioned, that their needs of energy can be met through this, then over this land route and getting into the Xinjiang, the western province of China. So what the point I'm trying to bring home is that Gwadar, now alhamdulillah, they have started off phase 2 of CPAC, which I pray earnestly that Allah Almighty helps us in manifesting this thing into a reality. Because Gwadar holds the key to all Central Asian states, those which are landlocked. It can be a gateway, and from here, the whole trade can go across. Similarly, for China to tap into the Middle Eastern market, the African market, this is the shortest route. So we must understand the geographical location and the advantages, the benefit attached to Gwadar. And we must, I would go to this extent that like Pakistan made a choice to go for its nuclear capability. And we said कि हम घास खा लेंगे लेकिन हम ये capability ज़रूर हासिल करेंगे. And which was the right thing to do, the right decision to be made. Because today our survivability against a very huge neighbor, it gives a lot of strength to us. Similarly, I think economically, Gwadar is no less than an atomic bomb for Pakistan. We can reap the benefits of Gwadar in so many ways, and we must put in all our efforts beyond our political or local, I don't know, so many kinds of things against this are a narrative of our enemy which is coming up on social media. It is very unfortunate. So those who want to retard Pakistan and retard China, they don't want them to make progress, leaps and bounds, which is possible through Gwadar. Gwadar is very close to my heart. That is why I took so much time on that. But you must realize that Pakistan's overall economic growth has a very large, a pivotal role of Gwadar in it. And that is also associated to the blue economy. Other than that, the non-living features that I was discussing, we have the coastal development. Now, I have served in Ormara, which is one of the coastal towns. And the population along our coast is very thin, but they are very poor also. Their main dependency is on fishing and a little bit of smuggling, which they do. But that is how is the makeup of that coastal belt. With the coming in of coastal highway, there was a big change. And with Pakistan Navy, with its modest initiatives, have made a cadet college over there in Ormara and have a very state-of-the-art hospital in Ormara, which is providing invaluable contribution to the locals of Balochistan. But the thing is that all along this coastal belt, we don't have that kind of tourism spots where people with their families can go and visit. One, a little bit of unconducive security environment. Secondly, the basic amenities of life are missing. So fresh water, electricity, gas, these are the things which are required, because anybody moving with the family to have some vacations and have some good time, it becomes very difficult for them to stay over there for very long. Then there is the ferry service. I've heard a very good news about this, Pakistan starting a ferry service from here to Iraq, where our, especially the Ahle-Tashi wants to go, which were going through the land route from Iran over there. So this is a very good initiative, and I must say this ferry service should become a reality. Ministry of Maritime Affairs have been which came into established in 2017, is doing a wonderful job, and I'm sure, inshallah, with their national maritime policy revised in 2025, there is a lot of prospect of bringing these things into focus and making some headway in this regard. In the end, I would like to give some thrust lines, especially for the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, and this linkage between academia and the corporate sector, which was being talked about, is very important. So upgrading our port operations is one that I would recommend to be looked into, and which needs a good amount of change. Then the seafood quality which is being exported. That is the second thing which needs greater attention. Gwadar port operations, as I have already said, but it is not the port itself, it is the infrastructure and the amenities in the Gwadar city which will make it grow into a metropolitan like Karachi. Now you see, if there are two Karachis, we will be so much benefited. Then marine pollution is another important factor which is to be looked into, as we are having some very polluted harbors. And as I said, tourism is another factor where we should be able to provide some conducive environment, security environment. I'll just briefly tell you about the efforts being done by PN. Pakistan Navy also is part of a international task force, whereby we contribute in the form of personnel and also our naval assets to police this area against arms smuggling, against illegal fishing, against illegal migration. And other than this, Pakistan by itself, Pakistan Navy is also doing patrols in the area of interest. Pakistan Navy, as I said, is also contributing in the form of, in the education sector along the Makran belt, and also in the health sector by providing health camps and also a hospital at Ormara. So these are the few things that I wanted to bring into your notice. My congratulations once again to the university, to the Vice Chancellor and the CRIMA team for doing a wonderful job. Thank you very much.
On to our second keynote speech of today's conference. We have with us the Managing Director at Korangi Fish Harbour under Ministry of Maritime Affairs, and he possesses expertise in blue economy, policy development, vision formulation, maritime tourism, maritime education and training, strategy and performance management, and many more. And he has been educated both in Pakistan and abroad, and he has authored many books, research articles, policy papers, and summaries related to maritime sector. So with us we have, please welcome Dr. Shahid Aslam Mirza. So please join us on the podium and share your thoughts.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I think one of the first things I need to do is recognize a lot of my mentors that are present here. They've been instrumental in making me who I am today. Edmund Saab, Dr. Saab. And I think one of the lessons we must take from life is, unless we pay homage to our teachers, our people who groom us, we truly do not give back to the nation and to the people. While listening to the earlier presentation and while coming here, I was thinking how to address this this vast topic. This topic itself is an amalgamation of about at least 4 different topics. And considering the audience, I had to change my approach a number of times. But the idea is, or one of the key factors I want to bring to today's talk is, I must be able to pass on some knowledge to the students and the faculty sitting here who are very new to this field. Firstly, why have we forgotten about what water is, what oceans are? The very land that we sit in is called Punjab, land of the 5 rivers. Our love for the rivers dates back in history. Human civilization, especially belonging to these areas, we were cultured, cultivated around rivers. Ravi vich pani koi nahi, te apni kahani koi nahi. Soni Mahiwal, our folklores, our heroes, our love stories were all cultivated around rivers. And somehow or the other, we've lost that lackluster for the rivers. और शायद यही वजह है कि हम ना अब rivers के बारे में, oceans के बारे में पढ़ते हैं, ना पढ़ने की कोशिश करते हैं. The world around us changes very rapidly. And if we do not learn what the world has to offer, we will be left behind. I mean, at least for the next 2 hours, you guys are here, at least have some perspective in your mind कि ये 2 घंटे आज हमने ज़ाया कर देने हैं, या कुछ एक आधा चीज़ ऐसी है जो सीख के यहाँ से लेके जानी है. I think there's a clear understanding that there are rivers and oceans. एक मीठा पानी है, एक खारा पानी है. The governance issues are different as well. There's a famous terminology called the mare liberum. Anybody of you have heard about it? So it's about the freedom of the seas, freedom of the oceans. ज़मीन पे इंसान जब भी कदम रखता है, उसकी पहली कोशिश होती है कि इसको ग्रैब कर ले, ये मेरी हो जाए. And this was what our forefathers or ancestors thought about the oceans as well. The Portuguese and the Spaniards tried to hold on to the oceans for their livelihood. But then a famous movement came along, the Mare Liberum, in which it was decided that the oceans should be free for mankind so that they can reap the benefits of them. And a lot of effort went into it, which finally solidified into the codification of Mare Liberum, which came out to be the UNCLOS of 1982, came into effect of 1994, telling us what countries have access to what limits of water. और उसकी मादनियात, उसकी live resources, fish resources belonged to those countries. So it offers a lot of avenues for us to understand where our livelihood can be from. The students sitting here, I am sure you belong to very specific professions or professions you want to adopt to. How many of you see yourself in the next 10 years as somebody working in the maritime sector, having an industry of your own, having a fishing boat of your own? Yeah, 1 out of 70, 80. ज़्यादातर डॉक्टर बनना चाहते हैं, engineers बनना चाहते हैं, computer scientists बनना चाहते हैं. Why is that so? I think one of the biggest question is lack of visibility. people like us are to be blamed. Why? Because we've not been able to create that understanding of what this maritime sector is, what kind of potential it offers, what can be done about it. Hence the word blue economy. Now, blue economy, as the Admiral Saab said, is a relatively new term. And he's absolutely right, because the word blue economy is actually the coining of the first time of sustainable way of doing what the maritime world has to offer. Isse pehle, trade routes of the seas are well known, well charted. Dunya ki superpowers, they ruled the worlds because of their strengths in controlling the trade routes. The Spaniards, the Portuguese, the Britishers. But unless you have knowledge of what the world, oceans and the rivers can provide you, we would be left behind. There is one small factor of the maritime world which is called the fisheries. Now, fisheries itself is a $500 billion environment, industry. Do you know how much of Pakistan taps into it? About 500 million. Do the math. We're probably 0.1, 0.2% of this entire industry. And there's a lot of scope that is available to us. There is lack of visibility, and that is why I must thank Commodore Saab, Dr. Shahzad Saab, who's creating platforms such as this, so that there is greater understanding, greater knowledge that can be shared amongst the youngsters. यहाँ से एक entrepreneur, एक academic, एक maritime expert निकल गया. The next generation will thank us that we were able to part this knowledge onto the next people. There's always been talk about lack of governance. There is lack of harmony in between various departments that exist. ऐसा नहीं है. Primarily because हम खुद research करना नहीं चाहते. I think one of the biggest challenges we face of the world right now is we prefer jingoism, we prefer rhetorics. हम खुद नहीं पढ़ना चाहते, हमें कोई कुछ बता दे तो हम वो बात मान लें. और यही वजह है कि हमें जब बताया जाता है कि पाकिस्तान में पानी ख़त्म हो रहा है तो हम मान जाते हैं. But there will be experts telling you that we have abundance of water here. Or I always regarded tap as one entity or one invention that made sure that our love for the water disappears. Because once you open the tap and the water is available to you, we do not know how difficult it is to attain that fresh water. हम मुँह हाथ धोते हैं, शेव करते हैं, टैप खुला रहता है. And we let our resources dissipate. I was in Europe, and people used to tell me that Europeans do not like giving their houses to Pakistanis because they waste a lot of water. So our love for water, like I said, has disappeared. We were an entity that grew around water. We thrived in waters. Our greatest military leaders like Sultan Fateh, Salahuddin, they were people who made sure that they had water reservoirs and they would fight battles on them. And there is another historian who says the next World War III would be fought over water. We are a nation that has abundance of water. But yes, we have challenges of how to manage them. There's a region in Sindh called Tharparkar or Thar, where you had a famine because there was no water available. And a year after, there was floods there because there was a lot of water that was available. So those are the kind of challenges Pakistan faces. The solutions. I mean, I've talked a lot about the solutions. Let's talk about a little about the solutions. Let's bring our love for water back. Study, understand what the world has to offer us in terms of river. Logistics, one of the cheapest ways of anybody who's a business expert or a business student, the cheapest mode of transportation is through water. We do not use our rivers for transporting of goods. We've tried it many times, we've failed. Our imports are 95% dependent upon the sea routes. Yet our knowledge doesn't allow us to think about that. छोटी सी छोटी चीज़ जो आप पे पहुंच रही है, अगर वो सस्ती मिल रही है, it is because it is following the sea route. महंगी बिकेगी if it follows the air route or the land route. So we first need to educate ourselves. See where the avenues lie. Separate rhetorics, jingoisms from reality. See what we need to find out for ourselves. And then try to pick up an idea which we think is closer to our heart. Second, conferences like this. Educating people, and you'll probably need to bring it down to the grassroots levels. अभी भी nurseries में, kindergarten में, A for apple, B for boy, C for cat पढ़ाई जाती है. I think it's time we started A for anchor, B for boat, C for catfish, so that we realize that हमारे बचपन से ये चीज़ हमें inculcate की जाती है that we are a maritime nation. And maritime is where our salvation lies. Sustainable developmental goals. Follow them. Let's become part of them. I mean, fishing sector is one that will allow you to target more than 4 sustainable development goals. Let's use them in our daily lives. Let's become people who challenge the status quo and are champions of sustainable development goals. And lastly, follow the examples of maritime champions like Singapore, like Vietnam. Singapore is mere dot on the map of the world, but its entire GDP is dependent upon the maritime sector. It's not something that is undoable. It's absolutely doable. हमने तो शायद अपना time गुजार लिया, अच्छा नहीं गुजारा. We expect the younger generation to learn from our mistakes, take this country forward so that we can emerge as a maritime power of the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, next, we have a guest of honor with us, and he is His Excellency Najib Mushtaq Vora, and he is Honorary Consulate General of Uzbekistan in Pakistan. Sir, please come here and share a few words about our conference.
Thank you, Ji. My name is Najib. She's introduced me as the Honorary Consul General in Uzbekistan. By profession, I'm a chartered accountant. I have a long history with Uzbekistan, and I was surprised when I was called for this conference. But I'm very honored to be here. Thank you very much. And it's a good opportunity for me to share some of my experiences and to hear all these distinguished guests speaking so eloquently about this challenge that we're facing. I'd like to call today's conference, I mean, obviously there has an original name, Actions, not Reactions. We, as students, we should always do actions rather than have to face an issue that we did not address earlier, and we have to face the reaction to it, because the reactions are always more expensive and they're not accurate, and normally they fall short. I'd like to share Uzbekistan as a country which got its freedom from it was one of the parts of USSR, and it got its freedom around 1991. There was a period of around 10 years where there was no food, and people just used to live on tea and bread, and they would consider themselves lucky if they have two meals a day, because there was nothing. Russia just immediately left, and Russia was such that Uzbekistan was just covering up for some raw material, and then Tajikistan used to cover up for some raw material, and all of this raw materials would go to Russia and then would be processed, and they did not even have proper food available. But the resilient economy that it survived. And right now, I was just told that last year they got a foreign direct investment of up to $55 billion. I mean, it is a huge amount for such a small country which is completely landlocked. They don't have an ocean. To get to an ocean, it takes around 2 countries, and including one country being Afghanistan or Iran. Or on the other hand, you have to go through all of Europe to reach Turkey to get to the sea. Well, if you try to get to Pakistan, it has to be through Afghanistan, where the security situation is not up to the mark. However, the president, he made a decision that no matter what happens, we are a proud nation, and we will fight ourselves out of the challenges that we face. Right now, they've become the blue-eyed for most of the countries. They accept rubles and they accept dollars as well. So this is a country that's given me a lot of perspective in understanding that initially when I used to go there, I used to think that what is there in Uzbekistan? I mean, they don't have any of their own. They don't have oil. They don't have gas. They don't have water. Very harsh environments. It's very hot, very cold. However, you know what they had? They had this feeling that we want to do something. We are accountable for our actions. If you call the embassy at probably 10 p.m., you will have somebody pick up the phone and say, how can I help you? However, there are many countries, I don't want to give the name, even if you call them at 5 o'clock, they'll say that, oh, we've had, please call us tomorrow, and then the next day, nobody's going to pick up the phone. This is something that comes from the heart. When you want to make a change, it will happen. It is not possible that you cannot bring a change. If you put your mind to something, this is something I'm addressing to the students, everything is possible. If I could share my own story, I had nothing. And then I just kept on working towards it, and thanks to Allah, I was able to achieve it. But unless you don't walk out of the door, unless you don't take the first step, it's not going to come to you. Thank you for this conference. And when I relate to this conference, I just want to tell you that everything is possible. And everything is interconnected. It is one piece of that jigsaw puzzle that you need to put in. For a complete country like Pakistan, maritime, oceans, rivers are extremely important. We can just sit here and we can keep on complaining. It's the easiest thing to do. You can just complain that and blame others. That's the easiest thing to do, is to blame others. He didn't do this. There are 99 reasons why you cannot do something. There is this one reason why, and what will make you a hero, and that is something that will make you get out of your comfort zone. Comfort zone is the point where you can just sit around and say that someone else will sort out the marine issues, the fisheries problem, Gwadar. It's so difficult to give security in a place like Gwadar. It is so difficult to propose a project like the Belt Road from China. But somebody actually did it. Somebody is actually giving the security. Somebody is actually providing the transport, the logistics to get to the sea. And those are the people who are the true heroes of Pakistan. And this is how Pakistan is going to progress. And you as students are the one who have to take it to the next level. We as technical people, accountants, physicists, chemists, we all need to integrate together to reach our goal. Because our goal is not to see the same Pakistan after the next 10 years. We want to see a future for Pakistan. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to the technical details as much because we have other people who are much more qualified, and I have this long speech written in front of me, which I just feel like it's more important to let the students know that we as a nation are going to progress. Not for a second in my mind will I feel that we will be in the same place or we will be lower than where we are. Question is, will you be part of that progress? Water, ocean governance, maritime, how to support, how to get everybody together and make a situation where probably one of your students will write, like his Honorable Sir just pointed out, that there is that one person who can help getting people together. And that one person will be remembered for the next many, many years, because that is what happened with us. Allama Iqbal was that one person who dreamt of a nation, and we have this nation today. There are so many people in this world who would like to be in our place. We as a nation in Pakistan are blessed with so much abundance. We have irrigated land, we have access to sea, we have the most geopolitical best location that anybody could even dream of. I mean, I was just imagining that to access the whole of Asia, India has to go through Pakistan, or it has to go through Pakistan, and then there is Afghanistan, and then the other countries. We are located in such a crucial place, and we have access to the sea. We have so many rivers, five rivers. We really need to value what we have. And the students in front of me, you need to make a difference. You need to get out of that zone of feeling selfish, what is it for me, and contribute towards how you can improve. Just 1% better every single day would mean 30% better in 30 days. I truly believe that this university has created many, many leaders, and I hope it continues to do so. And I'm always available with my experience if anybody wants to contact me or get through to me. I would also invite whoever would like to join me in coming to Uzbekistan and see how they have progressed. Uzbekistan itself had the Aral Sea, and the Aral Sea actually dried up because it was poor management. Too much, they were not holding on to the water, they were not using it for irrigation. However, they made a proper system to be able to reuse the water and cultivate the lands by proper canals and systems. I believe that we can study from them. We can study from the example of Singapore and many other countries that are very successful in this. So, to the youth and university, I turn to you, our students, researchers, and innovators. The agenda cannot move forward without your involvement. If you're an engineer, design technologies for desalination or water waste recycling. If you're an environmental scientist, research solutions for coral relief and restoration of plastic waste. If you're in economics or business, create models for sustainable fishing, cooperative, or blue financing mechanism. If you're in law or public policy, advocate for coastal protection laws, water rights, and transborder water agreements. Pakistan needs a new generation of water leaders and ocean champions. Please, people who think beyond the small boundaries, who understand science and policy, who place sustainability in the heart of progress. This is not a luxury, it is a survival imperative. Towards a new water and ocean ethic, let me leave you with a simple idea. Water and oceans are not just a resource, they are a relationship. In the Quran, it was mentioned, and we made from the water every living thing. It's time we return to the sacred relationship based on care, conservation, and justice. Let us envision a Pakistan where our rivers flow clean, our coastal communities thrive, our maritime zones are protective and productive, and our youths are empowered to lead with knowledge and purpose. Let us bridge the blue economy with sustainable water management, not with walls, but with wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your motivating words. Now I would like to invite Mr. Paul Xu, President Shangla Shanli, and sir, share your thoughts with us.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you see, I did not bring my paper, but I bring my heart here. Well, I heard lots of questions this morning, like a flood or some management like a disaster, and maybe like fresh water or fresh air. I think there's many things or many problems we're gonna face. But no matter what, we need a budget. We need money to do it. So here, I bring some information. It's about CPAC. CPAC is shortcut. Why think like this? I give you an example. I think everyone know Food Panda. Boys or girl? Anyone? Raise your hand. Yes. Yes. So I got my question. How many restaurants they have? How many restaurants they have? Yes, they have no restaurant, but they make more money than any restaurant, maybe more than 1,000 restaurants. How they make money? Because they take the location benefit. Which part location? Your cell phone. CPAC is shortcut. It's like a Pakistan location benefit. Why I think this? We used to say like, what can industry or factory? You think about this. How many months or how long time it will cost for build a new factory? How long time for those like machines, equipments, and how long time you need to train your employee, the labor, and how much gonna cost for their salary, for all costs, and how much percentage of benefit? 10%? 20%? Maybe. So, let's think about this. How about we make China as a restaurant and CPAC like Food Panda, and we just deliver the product from China to the customer, like a west of Pakistan or the neighbor country. Why we think like this way? Because we got the location benefit. No one have a better, location than Pakistan. Is that right? Okay, so I'm gonna give you another surprise. Exactly number. You also can check online. So, anyone knows like first 6 months, like the China international trade business, how much money they make? Anyone knows? You can check. For the time issue, I give you a number. $3 trillion US. Yeah? Only, I mean, it's not for this. It's for you to, have a brainstorm. Think about this. West of Pakistan, it's gonna be a huge market share in this 3 trillion. What if 10%? We took 10% market share from this 3 trillion. That's gonna be 0.3 trillion US dollar. That's like from nothing. Just deliver, the product from China to like the neighbor country, or the neighbor country product to China. That's it. You don't even need a factory. Is that true? You can think about that. Or it can be true. You also need to think about that. It's quite easy. Give you another number. So think about like how many container, container equal to driver. I'll give you another number. It's not exactly, but it just, we can calculate. How about this CPAC bring like 100,000 job position for a truck driver? And so how much money they can make, or their salary? I think it's gonna over like 10 billion. Only truck driver's salary. That's countable. Everyone, you have time, you can try. Not with right now, with future, like 5 years or 10 years, okay? So anyone knows the like GDP of Pakistan right now? You also can check it. All those examples, I just want you, think about it. Why not take the food panda way? For a shortcut, not forever. Okay, for a shortcut. Because no matter what we do, for the fresh air, for the fresh water, for disaster management, or for training, for university, even for the cost for this, for this room, more like a nice building, they all need some budget. Why not for a shortcut here? Yes? So, when you have time, you can think about this and how to make it. It's not like a hard problem for China. It's not China make money. It's about this country. And you need to have a global vision, global value. Because 5 years or 10 years later, Pakistan gonna have a great future. And you girls and boys, you're gonna be, the key role, and you will know it. And I wish you guys, with global vision and global treasure, and get ready for 10 years later. It's gonna be really, really bright. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your candid talk. And yes, we love China, and we are proud of our friendship with China. And thank you for joining us for such a short, on such a short notice. We are very much honored. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's the time for our chief guest, and we are so proud that we have been joined by Member Senate of Pakistan, Dr. Zarqa Sohrawardy Taimur, and she is an active political figure and a social activist and a very approachable lady. So we can discuss our problem with her, and she will bring up in the Senate. That is the best thing about her. And she has served in key roles, including President of the Lahore Women Wing and Media Head of Punjab Women Wing. Madam, we are so honored that you have spared some time for us. So please come here and share your thoughts.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm honored to be here today, and I'm going to speak in English, but I want to speak in Urdu. However, we will find a happy medium in between. So I'm delighted that Minhaj University has come out with this vision, and all credit to the Vice Chancellor, Professor Sajid, and to the Director of Center for Research, Innovation in Maritime Affairs, Dr. Mohammad Ishfaq, that they have come up with this vision. We are in Lahore, but we are part of Pakistan. We don't have to be next to the oceans to understand the implication of the oceans. And I'm honored to be here today to have listened to all the keynote speakers, and particularly our friend from China, Mr. Zhu, the Honorary Consul General of Uzbekistan. He was very inspiring, and the Director of the Fisheries as well, Mr. Aslam, honored. And I am so honored to see all of you. See, I am from PTI. But before that, I am a Pakistani. That is what we need to remember. Pakistan can only move forward if we work together, all of us. Whether I am black or white, whether I am short or tall, whatever my views, whatever my religious beliefs are, we need to work for Pakistan. And we need to go beyond our personal desires, our personal interest. Because the personal interest, when you work for the greater good, your own personal things get done anyway. You know, the universe has a system of working. You work for other people, your own interest will get done anyway. So, and what is the problem? I mean, you've heard, and I'm commending this vision. Why am I commending this vision? Because they understand. We Pakistanis are blind to who we are. We don't understand who we are. We've been given this unique opportunity, this unique position in the map. Geopolitically, you've all heard of geopolitical positioning, strategy, and now geoeconomics. But do we understand what that means? That means we are the road, we are the connection between all those landlocked countries in Central Asia and the sea and China. So the shortcut that Mr. Zhu has been highlighting, it's amazing. We've been given this on a platter. But we are unable to provide. We've got Gwadar, they've set up the port. Why isn't it working? That's something each of us needs to ask himself or herself. What is my contribution in it? 78 years of Pakistan. And why can't we get this Gwadar to work? It's us. And I was looking at the theme, and we talk about governance. But governance comes when there is ownership of the people. गवादर के लोगों को आपको ऑन बोर्ड लेना पड़ेगा. आपको उनके जो वो मांगते हैं उनके हकूक उनको दें. Sit across the table with them, give them what they want. If they want a fishery license, give them a fishery license. It's peanuts. We need to take care of our people. We need to give them ownership, and we will all move forward. And look at the riches that Mr. Zhu has been talking to us about. Amazing, trillions of dollars, and Food Panda is something we all understand. So anyway, I was reading up, I was given some points, but then listening to all this, I thought you are here as students. You need to take something back from today. So one is the global vision that Mr. Zhu's given us, and the understanding of our regional position and ownership for it. Gwadar is ours. All the ports are ours. The fisheries are ours. We need to make these things work. What is our role? Even if you don't do anything, you are part of society. And your word matters. Your thinking, your worldview matters to the people around you. Each one of us has a circle of influence. Our father who's working in the government, our mother who's teaching, our sister who's working somewhere. So somehow we Pakistanis have lost our understanding of what we do for our need to do for our national interest. Governance cannot be good until you have accountability. Agar मैं senator हूँ, I've been a senator for 4 years, I am accountable for those 4 years. What did I do? So I start with myself. So accountability. Without accountability, we can never run this country. We can never run it properly. We need to be accountable for our actions. I was looking up, we've talked about the oceans, but within Pakistan, we have the Indus Water Treaty. I'm very straightforward and sometimes people don't like what I say. But there have been people who've been involved in giving undue rights in the Indus Water Treaty. If you go over it, we need to call those people out. We need to make people accountable so that in the present and in the future, those people who have power in their hands, those people who are responsible, they need to be accountable for what they've done. We have to suffer for the mistakes made by those people who take power and who sit in power, whether it's my sister or brother or whether it's me. So we need to be accountable. That is also something we can learn from China. China has done a great job in, if you look at the trajectory of China, it is amazing. And the kind of hard work they do, everything they have to do, it's written down in minute print. We need to start working hard. We need to start doing our homework. We go to places without doing our homework. We think सब कुछ खुद ही हो जाएगा. ऐसे नहीं होता. We have to be there. You have to get up early in the morning as students. You have to work. You have to put that phone in which we are scrolling day and night with there's no vision, there's no goal. Don't waste your time. Be focused on what you want to do and you will be able to achieve it. You have the world at your feet. So just 3 things that I wanted to speak about. So one was ownership. The second is the fact that Pakistan is a vertical country if you look at the map, and we are the funnel through which everything goes. So we need to make use of that. We need to capitalize on that. And not one, but so many of you can be involved in this initiative of using the 1,000 kilometers of coast that we have. We could have cities there. Gadani was one of the top shipbreaking yards in the world. We lost that position. Our fisheries are only 1% of our GDP. Why? We need to go beyond. We need to stop corruption. We need to say this is what it is and it needs to be done properly. And no one will be able to do it but the common man. आम आदमी की आवाज़ सबकी इज्जत रखते हुए उसको उठाने की ज़रूरत है ताकि हम हक सच की बात करें और उसके ऊपर हम बोलें कि भाई हमें जवाब चाहिए. This is our country. We need the answers. So 3 things. I've just got 3 things that very easy stuff because we can do nothing in our country unless we consider the environment. The environment जो धरती माँ है, जो रावी में पानी नहीं थे, मेरी कहानी कोई नहीं, कितनी प्यारी बात उन्होंने की थी. So हमारी ज़मीन के साथ हमारा रिश्ता वही तो है और है क्या, और हमारा आपस में रिश्ता. तो इसके लिए what is it that you need to do? Number 1, start saving water. That's very easy. Each one of us can do it and we can spread the word in our families. Don't waste water. नलका खुला नहीं छोड़ना, बाल्टी से नहाना एनी टाइम बेहतर है शावर से. मैं आई हैव गॉट ऑल द टब्स एंड द शावर्स बट आई लाइक द बाल्टी बिकॉज बाल्टी में एक सर्टन अमाउंट ऑफ पानी आता है जिसको आपने इस्तेमाल करना है. सो स्टॉप वेस्टिंग वाटर. गाड़ियाँ धोनी. नंबर 2, स्टार्ट प्लांटिंग ट्रीज. Why? That is the easiest thing. We are one of the 10 most environmentally disastered nations in the world. अभी आपने देखा 2025 के जो floods आए, more than 40,000 villages got affected. 7 million people have become homeless. They've lost everything they had from their cattle to their crops. And it is such a huge loss. But if we start planting trees wherever we are, if you're in the mountains, if you're in the plains, start planting trees. And there are 2 times in the year when you can plant trees. One is monsoons, July to September, which is almost gone now. And the next is February. So start planting trees and plan for February. Each one of us needs to plant maybe 1,000, maybe 1,000,000 trees. Because 1,000 trees are only a little. And we can also look at China for how they have converted their deserts into arable land. They've done amazing feats. Everything you look up, you will find an excellent example in China. So there are brothers, and we should piggyback on their experience. They are happy to help. We need to just take ownership. And lastly, very, very important, we need to stop making litter. We need to stop making a mess. Where if you go to the north of Pakistan, we have such beautiful places. But आप जाएं, आपको हर जगह चिप्स के पैकेट, जूस के डब्बे, अरे यार बस कर दें ये. मैं तो जाती हूँ, मुझे स्टूडेंट्स मिलते हैं, मैं कहती हूँ ग्लव्स पहनो और उठाओ ये. बट किस किस को बताएंगे ये? एंड यू लुक एट चाइना, you look at Japan, their kids, you look at Iran, their kids are 3 years old, they go to school, the first thing they do is clean their own classroom. We think हम कोई बहुत आसमान से उतरे हुए, हम सफाई नहीं कर सकते. सफाई से हम पाकिस्तानियों को बहुत प्रॉब्लम है. भाई खुद गंद करते हैं तो खुद अपना गंद साफ करें ना. ये कहाँ की मंतक है कि कोई और आएगा तो वो हमारी सफाई करेगा. अपना गंद खुद साफ करें और stop littering this beautiful country. And we need to stop people. If you see somebody littering, you know, in Singapore 30 years ago you were fined $500 if you so much as threw a chewing gum on the floor. And it's still there, and you will never find a speck of dust because they take ownership for their country. So we need to take ownership. We need to stop littering ourselves and tell our friends to also stop. So 3 takeaways, simple, no complication: save water, plant trees, and stop littering. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zarqa, for your empowering and insightful address. Ladies and gentlemen, let me share with you that at Minhaj University, Lahore, we are working on United Nations 2030 Vision Sustainability Goals, and we have the ambassadors for the 17 goals that are being delineated by United Nations. So the ambassadors are with us. Please come on the stage. The 17th ambassadors of Sustainable Development Goals. Please clap for them. They are working for the sustainable practices in every field of life. Thank you for making us proud. These are the students, this is the youth who is going to work for the future of our coming generations. Thank you for joining us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore, and Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq, Director, CRIMA. So please come forward to distribute souvenirs to our guests. First, I would like to request Dr. Zarqa Soharwardi Taimur. Thank you so much, madam. We are so honored that you have come here at Minhaj University and share some interesting ideas and also focusing on our responsibility and the ownership to make our country great. Thank you so much. Now I would like to request Mr. Paul Ju. So please come forward and receive this token of appreciation. And definitely we will work on the ideas that are being given by the Chinese and their wonderful development. Now I would like to request Your Excellency Najib Mushtaq Vora, sir, please come forward and receive the souvenir. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Next is Dr. Shahid Aslam Mirza. Sir, we are so honored that you are here all the way from Karachi. Thank you so much. And now I would like to request Rear Admiral Naveed Ahmad Rizvi, Hilal Imtiaz Military. Sir, please receive this token of appreciation. It is always a pleasure to listen to your thoughts. And the theme of this panel discussion is Blue Economy in Practice, Governing Marine Resources, Fisheries and Coastal Development. And this panel discussion will be led and moderated by Dr. Aisha Safdar, Associate Professor at Kinnaird College for Women University, and she brings with her a strong academic background and research experience in environmental governance, sustainable development, and gender-inclusive policy design. So we are honored to have her with us today to guide the discussion. Dr. Aisha Safdar. So Dr. Aisha, stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Can I please invite my panelists first on the stage, Mr. Naeem Khalid, and then I will introduce them later to you. Mr. Naeem Khalid, National Project Coordinator, International Labour Organization. Mr. Muhammad Farhan Khan, Assistant Fisheries Development Commissioner, Ministry of Maritime Affairs. Dr. Ansar Mahmood Chattha, Director, Fisheries Research and Training Institute, Punjab. Dr. Khatija Shakrullah, please join us on the stage, please. Sayyid Yasir Hadi Sahab, please join us on the stage. And Ms. Anna Matharana. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, very respectable panelists, all the dear teachers and students here, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. It is indeed both an honor and a privilege for me to welcome you to this panel discussion on a very vital and a very timely topic, and that is the blue economy in practice, governing marine resources, fisheries and coastal development. This event has been hosted by Minhaj University, and all we know that this is an institution which is known for its for advancing the intellectual growth and the policy dialogue. And they are committed to do that in the times that we have been seeing them progressing, and definitely they have been engaging the academia and all the concerned stakeholders to address and talk about the critical issues of the moment. So a huge round of applause goes to this effort that they have been doing yearly. Now, I will take this opportunity to mention, and a special mention goes to the conference chair, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri Saab, Deputy Chairman, BOG Minhaj University, Lahore, and the co-chair, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor Minhaj University, for their continued commitment to advancing dialogue on the critical issues. I extend a heartfelt congratulations to you, sir, and to your team of CRIMA for advocating issues like these. They are very important. Ladies and gentlemen, in a time where all the states are turning their gaze towards waters and oceans, and not primarily because of the vast water that it has, but definitely for all the resources and the new opportunities that this resource has to offer to us. This is just the right time that we need to talk about this concept, because blue economy is no more just a concept. This is practically more relevant, it's no more theoretical, and it's transformative. And when we say it's transformative, it basically means that the things are still in transition, and we definitely need to capitalize on this resource, because this particular prospective enterprising sector of blue economy has a lot to offer to us, and we need to capitalize on this resource, and that too in a timely manner. I am very excited to lead this conversation, and I'm sure that this conversation is not just going to talk about the resources, rather the responsibility that each one of us hold. And in order to do that, I mean, we need to understand that how we need to govern what exactly lies beneath the shore, what lies beyond the shoreline of Pakistan, and we need to understand this because we have to protect the future generations from here on. We are very fortunate to have with us an expert panel with us who would definitely not be sharing different perspectives, rather they would be bringing their experiences on the table, and I welcome each one of you, sir and ma'ams, for coming over, and definitely we will be learning a lot from you. The format of this panel discussion would be that in the first round, I will first introduce my speaker, and then I'll ask the question, and subsequently we will follow the same. My first very respected panelist is Mr. Naeem Khalid Sahab. Mr. Naeem Khalid is currently working as National Project Coordinator with International Labour Organization, ILO, under the Safe and Environmentally Sound Ship Recycling and Decent Work in Pakistan project based in Karachi. He has been previously working with the ILO on social and labor compliance projects like Better Work Pakistan as an enterprise advisor, which is ILO's flagship program. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. My very first question to you, sir, is that since you have been working in ILO, and we have been seeing that this industry has been progressing, and when an industry progresses, definitely the high-ups and the people in power, they get the most benefit out of it. So the underrepresented community is my concern. I just want to ask you that what policy actions are needed to ensure that the ship recycling industry provides the decent work, and especially to the most vulnerable groups like the coastal communities or the women or all that class that belongs to it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And organizing this conference. Congratulations to the organizers. The ship recycling is a very important topic, and I have heard in the opening speeches from two distinguished speakers that they consider as a sector, as an industry. So VC Saab mentioned in his speech that in 80s, Pakistan was once at top in shipbreaking. Previously it was called shipbreaking, now it is called ship recycling. Unfortunately, with the passage of time, we lost our position, and now we are at third or fourth, and our neighboring countries and Turkey, they are far ahead of us. But nevertheless, our government has made efforts, and I'm happy to share that provincial and the federal government, I'm talking about the Balochistan government and the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, that declared ship recycling now as an industry. So this was a very basic step which was required. Until and unless we will not recognize as an industry, we cannot further work on it. The federal and the provincial government, they have distributed the responsibilities among themselves, and they have now drafted two laws. I'm happy to say that they are not overlapping. The provincial government has its own responsibility and the federal government has its own responsibilities. They are in process of getting approved. So these were the basic policy decisions which have to be made. After that, definitely no doubt that there are some actions required to be done. For example, there is a need to improve the infrastructure. Pakistan has ratified the Hong Kong Convention, which is actually, you can say, a guiding document. All the countries needs to comply with that. Pakistan has ratified the Hong Kong Convention, and it has come into force in June 2025. So all the shipbreaking yards need to be compliant with the Hong Kong Conventions. To make these yards compliant with the Hong Kong Conventions, at the policy side, industry has been declared, the laws are in progress of getting approved, and then there are steps to frame rules under these laws. After that, I think there is a need to take actions on, improving the infrastructure of the shipbreaking yards, making them compliant with occupational safety and health measures and other requirements of the Hong Kong Conventions. After that, slowly and gradually, they will move further, and they need to move forward to take actions, because the workers in the ship recycling sector, they are migrant workers. Usually they come from the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area, Swat, Dir, and these areas. So they go there for some time and they work there. So usually a worker works on a ship for 5 to 6 months. So the most of the workers are informal. They are having no contracts and they are not provided with any kind of social security. So there is also need to take actions on that. Other than that, there is a need to have a coordinated effort among the departments. If I'm talking about the Labor Department, whether it is the Environmental Protection Agencies, it is the Balochistan Development Authority or the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, they all need to have a coordinated effort because they all have a role. The labor inspection is also very important. Environmental inspection is also very important to ensure the compliance of these laws. From the vulnerable communities, you are talking about the youth and the women and the coastal communities. I would say in Pakistan, unfortunately, in shipbreaking sector, in ship recycling yards, as well as in the downstream sectors, there are no women working as such. You will find them in the management there, and there are hardly very few in the offices, but not in other sectors. When it comes to the coastal communities, they have been given employment, but mostly people are coming from other parts of the cities, so they can be given employment. There are lack of facilities in the Gadani area, if you are talking about where the shipbreaking takes place. So there are no health facilities, there are no schools and education facilities for the local communities as well as for the workers who are working there. So government is taking time and making efforts because, recently they have started working. The other countries have already, done 5-10 years back these things, but since we have now declared as industry and we are moving now forward, but I'm happy to say I'm working very closely with all these departments. So the amount of the progress that we have seen in last months, and usually we blame, government and its departments for their slow progress, but here I can say that we have seen the otherwise. They have made tremendous progress in last few months. And I can say the international organizations, they are also recognizing the amount of the effort they are making and the pace of the effort. So these are the few good steps they have taken, but there is still not need to be done.
Thank you so much, sir. You have rightly pointed out that the ship recycling needs to be aligned with the Hong Kong Convention, and definitely the national laws need to be put into practice and should be brought under this umbrella, where probably they would be more compatible with each other and would be complementing each other. Not only that, I think that the green Gadani yards are what we are aspiring for, because this is eventually going to attract the international owners as well. So thank you so much for educating us on that. This takes us to our next very respected panelist, Mr. Muhammad Farhan Khan. Thank you, sir, for your time. Sir has served in many fisheries-related organizations of federal government like National Agricultural Research Center, Islamabad, Fisheries Development Boards, and currently he is serving as Assistant Fisheries Development Commissioner in the Ministry of Maritime Affairs. He represented Pakistan in many international forums like IOTC, FAO, WTO, NACA, and Infofish. He is elected as the chairman of Standing Committee of Administration and Finance of Indian Ocean Tuna Commission, IOTC, subsidiary of FAO of United Nations for 2 years. Welcome on board, sir. And since you are representing ministry, so the question would be that how is the ministry ensuring that, since we know that fishery growth is there, how does it align with the sustainability goals? And how does that affect the livelihoods of the coastal communities that are living there? What are your comments on that, sir?
Thank you very much. Let me take the opportunity because I'm taking the floor first time. So I must congratulate the worthy Vice Chancellor for arranging this very good conference for us, and on behalf of Ministry of Maritime Affairs, we would like to be a partner in the 5th National Maritime Conference. And I'm very happy and very glad to see the ambassadors of SDGs, and which is actually showing the commitment of the Vice Chancellor and the Minhaj University towards the development of maritime sector. So coming back to your question, actually, you know, what we are discussing here right from the beginning, since the morning, we are discussing many things for the development of maritime sector. And in all of that discussion, we have seen the opportunities, we have seen the challenges, and we have seen the way forwards. So what we are missing is the factors we are having in our country is the fragmentation in the governance. Actually, it's all together prevailing. It's prevailing all over the maritime sector. You know, as far as the fishery sector is concerned. The word sustainability is a very difficult task to achieve, actually, because, you know, when we talk about the fisheries, you know, the marine capture fisheries, which is evidently very prominent when we talk about the earnings in terms of foreign exchange. So if you see the distribution or the jurisdictional problems, that the jurisdiction starts beyond territorial waters, which is actually belonging to the federal government, and the rest of the other fisheries belonging to the provincial government. The ship who is catching the fish is governed by some other entity, where it is landing is governed by the other entity, and, you know, it is making a huge mess for everybody, right? When we talk about the worth or the value of our product, which we are exporting, is actually it's almost a $2 per kg. We have to think about that. How can we remove the loops in the value chain? This contagious disease of fragmentation is actually harming us very much while progressing toward the prosperity. You know, Ministry of Maritime Affairs dealing with the fisheries, the marine fisheries, marine capture fisheries, and export, regulating the export, trying its best to get the things back on track. For example, what we realize that the way we are catching the fish is not, you know, up to the standard what the you know, which is needed all over the globe. So we are trying to transform those methods. We try to bring those methods into Pakistan, which are actually addressing towards the sustainability. For example, here in marine capture fishery, predominantly the people catching fish from the gear which is called gill netting, you know, and the quality of that fish is not as good as it is required. When we go to, and it is known for indiscriminate fishing as well, and destroying the fauna and destroying the catches, actually depleting the catches, we are trying to bring the gears which are friendly, environmentally friendly, and equally good to earn the money. For example, we are trying to bring the longliners into our country, right, which will increase actually the sustainability as well as the worth and value of the product. And last but not the least, you know, as I've told you, that we are actually trying to improve the quality of our product, what we are getting from our oceans. So government is really, you know, trying hard to find out the potential markets. For example, 70% of our exports are belonging to China, and China is not a lucrative market. So we have approached European Union, and recently, within 2 years, we managed to register 2 establishments in European Union, When we were in the year 2023, the exports were $2.5 million US. Now, with the inclusion of the other two companies, other two established, now we are at the 13 million US dollars. It's a great shift. So we are trying to find out the potential market. For example, the Russian market. Our hierarchy, given us a chance to make visionary decisions. Actually, we have submit our applications to the Russia, to the Brazil, to the GCC countries. So that's what we are doing. It will ultimately leads toward the sustainability and to the well-being of our fishermen or our fishing community, which will actually contribute to the livelihood to the people.
Thank you so much, sir. Despite all the hurdles you have been mentioning, I must say that the Ministry of Maritime Affairs in a very short span of time has created a lot of effort. It has given the due attention that the blue economy as a sector needs that kind of attention. It has been doing that. Not only that, I think we need to appreciate and acknowledge the fact that how ministry has that forward-looking national agenda that it adheres to. So thank you so much for educating us and giving us the insights of what actually has been happening and what it has been contributing. This takes us to our very respected next panelist, Dr. Ansar Mahmood Chattha Sahab. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here today. Dr. Ansar Mahmood Chattha is a senior fisheries official and aquaculture expert. He has also worked on some senior fisheries management posts at federal level. He was CEO of Quality Control Labs, Lahore, and currently he is serving as the Director of Fisheries Research and Training Institute, Punjab, and he also holds the additional charge of the post of Director Shrimp Aquaculture, Punjab. Sir, since this panel discussion has started, we have been talking about the issues of governance, and we are somehow trying to link it to the coast. And since your area is the Punjab's inland aquaculture, and more precisely if we have to talk about the shrimp farming, sir, what do you think how this sector would or can meaningfully contribute to Pakistan's economic growth, so to say? If you can kindly enlighten us on that, please.
Okay, thank you for inviting me. I'm really glad to be here in this valued seminar. The Minhaj University took this step on maritime affairs and to bring oceans and waters under discussion. Yes, fishery sector in Pakistan is have been ignored, though we have a lot of potential. We have oceans, 250,000 square kilometers of ocean. It is, I think, 25% of the total Pakistan area. Similarly, we have about 8 million hectares inland waters in Pakistan. So definitely we have a lot of potential, but sector remained ignored. However, still we have fish farming and aquaculture practices on about 300,000 acres in Pakistan. If I talk about Punjab, definitely more than 100,000 acres farming is here in Punjab. But with the conventional species and conventional practices. But now, as you said, shrimp farming, which is the burning is the topic of the day, especially in Punjab and Pakistan. Shrimp, especially we culture venomous shrimp, which is called white gold, definitely. And worldwide it is cultured, about 95% culture in the world is of venomous shrimp. You can see it, white leg shrimp, which is called white gold. So really it is a game changer for the world. It comes up with high returns. But in Pakistan earlier, it was practiced by federal government in coastal area of Sindh near Karachi, and they produced successful crop of 125 tons in 2 years. Secondly, in Punjab last year, in 2024, Punjab government cultured on 100 acres in South Punjab and produced 120 tons. Definitely, it was a very successful project and very successful experiment. And the government of Punjab decided to work it vigorously, and now it is very much focus of the Punjab government on shrimp farming, and we are now executing a mega project of shrimp farming, having about 11 interventions. We are coming up with all our state lands. You know, in Punjab, there is a lot of state land and other private lands of the people which are saline and which are increasingly becoming saline in coming years. We are facing salinity, and those lands are becoming barren. So this is the best utilization for barren lands to bring them in a productive way for aquaculture and especially for shrimp culture. So we need technology, proper technology, as we don't have yet in Pakistan. And similarly, seed and feed issues. We don't have proper hatchery in Pakistan and in Punjab. So we have focused all these things in a very aggressive manner. The Punjab government is working very hard. We have hired some foreign experts to train us, public and private sector. We are developing shrimp farming on 100 acres. And we are coming up with value chain, complete value chain. First time in Punjab, we will establish a inland hatchery, definitely for this we need brackish water, but we will produce artificial brackish water, and we are planning to establish a big shrimp hatchery here and come up with some feed mill, some processing plant. So we are coming, the department is planning to have complete value chain and to have technical expertise, foreign technical expertise, and to develop our own expertise. We are also working on internships for the students to come up to for HR development. So this is a multitasking mega project of shrimp farming. If we get succeeded in this, and definitely I think currently, because the shrimp is 100% export commodity, and now our seafood exports, Farhan knows very well, that it is about 500 million per annum. And if we focus properly and we could meet it, the goals we have set, in coming years, I think within 5 to 10 years, we will make it $2 to $3 billion industry with shrimp farming. And currently, federal government and the provincial government with joining hands, working, as Farhan told, in a collaboration, we have made aquaculture laws, which earlier was not there. For aquaculture produce, we were not able to export it. But now, Ministry of Maritime Affairs, with the collaboration of provinces and FDB, have recently developed aquaculture laws. And now we are working with, under the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, to bring a national fisheries and aquaculture policy, which will be the first policy in Pakistan. So we are working in collaboration with federal government, and the Punjab government is very much positive and have a very strong political will to bring shrimp farming. And definitely, if we achieve this goal, we will. There will be a game change in Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us all kinds of these factual details and the facts and figures that you have put to the table. And you have rightly highlighted the economic and definitely the export potential that is associated with shrimp farming. Having said this, I think what we can conclude from what you are saying is that if the policy is right there and the infrastructure is available, it can still be a meaningful contributor to the overall Pakistan's national economic capacity, so to say. Thank you so much, sir. With this, we move to our very accomplished next panelist, an educator, an academician who I can associate with since I'm an academician myself, that is Dr. Khatija. Dr. Khatija Shakrullah, she is the chairperson and the associate professor in the Department of Geography at FC, Lahore. She has been elected as an executive member of the Pakistan Geographical Association, Pakistan, and her research interests includes climate change, population geography, demography, urbanization, and urban sustainability. So ma'am, so in these recent times, we see a lot of disasters happening, and they are very uncertain, they are very unpredictable, and they are hitting us very badly. From the point of view of governance to environmental management perspective, what do you think are the gaps? That why do we don't timely respond to such kind of challenges? Where are the gaps? If you can enlighten us on that, please.
Thank you so much for such a potent question. I think so the biggest gaps lies in Pakistan. It's basically lack of integration, proactive approach, disaster risk reduction, and governance. Everyone knows about this, and like we having early warning systems, then we have climatic data, model satellite data, and we having the institutions. But where we are lacking is basically the real challenge is basically the integration of all. So what we need to do basically how well the governance is going to take all the available information. I think so the biggest gap is not knowing about what to do. It's about at what time it's need to do. So this is the basic gap we are facing in Pakistan. Secondly, Pakistan is the fifth vulnerable country according to the Climate Risk Index. So as mentioned earlier in the morning sessions, like Pakistan, because of the geopolitical situations, strategies, and more vulnerable country, like what happened, there is community-driven approaches, lacking in the community-driven approaches. What are those? Like we having everything very good, we having self-oriented research, but that self-oriented research should incorporate the community-driven approaches. What happened in Pakistan, whenever the disaster is going to approach, so our policies basically we are disaster response policy-oriented people rather than the disaster preparedness policy-oriented. We should rely on the disaster preparedness. If we have a look across in the recent activities, like we having the GLOF in the mountainous areas, we having flash floods, we having the activities of the cloud burst, and it's a very common and recent. Why? Because of the climatic change. And climate change is the biggest threat of the 21st century as well. So what we need to do, we have to opt the proactive approach rather than the reactive. We need to incorporate the anticipatory actions. Anticipatory action is basically, it's relying more towards the resilient climate. We need to rely on the climate resilient infrastructure. If we want to get a growth in all sectors of economy, in all urban planning, regional planning, and whatever you can say, we need the resilient infrastructure. So where we are lacking here. So what to need in the anticipatory action or proactive approach, we need to community-driven approaches. We need to rely on the community-driven approaches. Community is basically the stakeholders. They are the people who are affected the most. What we are observing here in Pakistan, the problem is this: we are having the top-down approach. Hierarchy is like this. The stewardship is basically in the hands of the community. They are affected the most, but they are invited at the last. So this is the main reason. What we need to do, there are very good departments. We having the institutions, we having the disaster management departments, we having institutions, research, everything is there. But point is this: there is a lack of coordination. So lack of coordination is the main reason. Everyone is doing work amazingly in all capacities, in all their lens. But where we are lacking in the coordination. So there should be a coordination, and every approach should be bottom up rather than the top down. So when the community will be the stakeholders, so then definitely approaches will be the community driven, and then we can engage the community and they can take the measures effectively rather than this the top hierarchy is going to respond whatever they are facing at the moment. So I think so the best possible solution is this: our approach should be anticipatory anticipatory. Proactive approach need to be opt in all sectors of livelihood, in all sectors of the climate change, whatever. So like flash floods, cloud bursts, so what we need? So need is basically proactive approach and anticipatory action rather than the reaction. So we are reactionary people.
Thank you so much for pointing it out, and that too so aptly, that the timely response is what is needed. Disaster preparedness is what exactly we are looking for, and the most important is that the perception of the affectees, we are the one who are the affectees, our perception needs to be taken on board. We need to be reflected in all kinds of decision making, and this is what we need at the time. Thank you for educating us on this. The next very respected panelist that we have with us is Syed Yasir Hadi Sahab. Thank you so much for joining us, sir, from all the way from Karachi.
Thank you.
Yes. And let me take this opportunity to introduce you to our audience. Syed Yasir Hadi Sahab is the CEO and Director of Oceanic Cruise Private Limited. He's a seasoned expert in sea excursion activities and has the experience of designing, building, and operating the biggest cruise domestic ferry in Karachi. It has the capacity of up to 200 persons, which is acknowledged by the Mercantile Marine Department of Federal Government, Government of Sindh, and is also licensed by Karachi Port Trust. With a strong focus on service excellence, innovative design, and sustainable practices, he has set new safety norms and transformed the domestic ferry industry in Pakistan. Under his guidance, Oceanic Cruise Private Limited has become a leading name in maritime tourism, known for its customer-centric approach and dedication to delivering exceptional adventure experiences. Sir, your biography probably has given us a chance to look for our career choices now. And maybe...
Yes, indeed.
Not only that, at least we are planning our next vacations.
Most welcome.
But more than that, I think, sir, you must have had your share of issues to set up this thing in Pakistan, because, you know, the venture to go into the uncharted waters would not be an easy task for you. There would have been a lot of challenges that you faced. And we would like to hear from you that what opportunities and what barriers are there to set up maritime tourism in our coastline, and how it can be improved with respect to the infrastructure and policy. If you can kindly enlighten us on that.
Thank you very much for organizing, and VC Saab, thank you very much for having this ocean discussions. We really get to participate, and especially in city Lahore, we are talking on the ocean, so big thanks. The way you explained my growth was not that simple. It was a very hard and stormy sailing, I would say, when I started this thing. I came back from US in 2017, and the first time I saw the coastline Pakistan has is 1,001 kilometers. 766.5 is with Balochistan, and 234.5 is with Sindh. So we have tremendous opportunities. What I saw coming back from US was there was nothing happening on our coastline. It was dead. There was no boats, there was no fun, there was nothing. So I just came with an idea that why not if we have a boat and take people on excursion and make them have some fun. So we started this thing in 2017. We didn't have the proper boats over here. If you must visit Karachi, the Kemadi area, those are like old wooden boats, and there are no life jackets, and people are just going over there without any safeties, and but people don't have any option. They used to sit on them. So we revived that concept, and we established, first thing we did was to establish a boat factory, because we needed a boat. Now there was like two challenges in the start. If we import the boat from Western, how would we be able to maintain it? Because the condition of our harbor is very bad. We have all the litter, and we don't have any water treatment plants going, so we won't be able to maintain. So the only option left behind was to make our own boat. And how we did that, we actually converted the boat designs which were available in Pakistan. Those were of 1916, and we re-mechanized them into the modern boats by implementing all the safety standards into it. Then we started marketing. So I would just like to tell the students sitting behind is that the way we started in the start was, it was not nothing that we don't have millions of rupees or something like that. We were just normal students, made up a small Facebook page and started telling to our friends. That's how initially we got the response. And initially when we started this service, we had a big question of trust. Like people were surprised, they were saying that how come in Pakistan that there is a boat and you are taking people, even in my family, my father told me, are you crazy, you're going to take people in the sea? And the second question he had was, there is no law, how would you be operating? So these were like the two main challenges we were having in the start. But Alhamdulillah, by the grace of God and support, and apart from the government, I've been listening that government is not doing and claiming, that they are doing the best in their capacity, I would say. And now the things have been changed a lot. See, when I was graduating my university, I never had a chance of like VC or my chancellor organizing and giving us some information that how would be waters like the students have privilege today over here. So I think that's a big opportunity for them to convert this thing into they can do a lot in the coastal side. The area is all vacant. In the Balochistan, in the Sindh, we have beautiful beaches over here. We have bird views. We can go, restaurant, you can just name and think it's all the virgin land that we have. And if you talk about the policies of the government, I think government is now inviting. Nobody is saying no to the government. The challenges which we faced in the start, because nobody in the Navy knew that this service is going to be started, so they used to catch our boats. What are you doing over here? So now the things are very much regularized, and they know, and the government is inviting, and I think for the students over here, it's a very golden opportunity to tab, and I think the morning discussion was very informative. They have already told about the opportunities. The Admiral Saab told the stats, and it was a very informative session. So that's a good way and good startup for Pakistan, and the opportunity is there, and challenges are always there when you start something. So this is what I have to say.
So it's a beautiful story of success and commitment and struggle. So I'm sure that your work truly exemplifies your commitment to showcasing Pakistan's coastal tourism to the world. And for that, definitely, this work is very inspirational. For the young people who are looking for opportunities in the field of definitely business. And not only that, if they are doing that for their own sake, they are somehow directly or indirectly contributing to the blue potential of Pakistan as well.
Exactly, and the students of every discipline, if you are an engineer, if you are a doctor, any discipline, you fit into this industry. This doesn't mean that you have to be a marine specialist. Even if you're a doctor, you can come work over there. If you're an engineer, when we are developing a boat, so there is a lot of things. We have mechanical, we have electronics. It's just that idea that you have to connect and make it happen.
Definitely, sir. Thank you so much. And this takes us to our last but not the least panelist of this panel discussion. This is Ms. Anam Athar Rana. Thank you for joining us today. Ms. Anam Athar Rana currently serves as the Manager of Research and Business Development at Kashaf Foundation. Prior experience includes serving as the Project Coordinator at Social Enterprise Development Center at LUMS and as Program Manager at Punjab Lok Sujak. Anam Athar Rana worked with the Free and Fair Election Network as Program Officer for Governance Monitoring and Report Writer. Ms. Anam, since we have been talking a lot about the prospects this blue economy has to offer to the coastal communities, my question to you would be that how come blue economy initiatives can be taken or should be tailor-made in such a way that they empower the local communities, and that too if we have to talk about the most vulnerable ones, for example the women or maybe the unskilled laborers or the informal laborers. What are your thoughts on that as a social activist?
Thank you so much for inviting me for this very critical discussion. First of all, I would just like to say that whenever we talk about blue economy, whenever we talk about coastal development, the perspectives and voices of women cannot be ignored. In fact, the first step is to actually acknowledge that they are very central to the economy, and any development that is going to happen or that is envisioned for the coast cannot happen unless you improve the status of women. on the whole. So that starts with first actually acknowledging and understanding the important role that they are playing. And that role is not really just limited to their economic participation, which when we look at the overall economy usually is limited to small scale fisheries or either shrimp farming or maybe knitting. They are very low skilled and maybe low wage opportunities, which is why they're usually represented when it comes to policy decisions. But the second role, and which is extremely important, is that they take care of the unpaid care responsibilities that they take at the household level. Because what we see is that men are usually gone to the sea for extended periods of time or even for a major part of the day, and it's the women who have to do everything on their own, which because of the patriarchal society that we live in restrict many opportunities for them and also for the children. What we see is that coastal communities living below the poverty line because of lack of such opportunities, social and cultural barriers being the drivers for that. We see children dropping out of school because of distances. We see limited access to health opportunities, which has long-term consequences on the health of the women. So unless these issues are tackled and policies are made in such a way that integrate the voices of these women, in fact, the second part is that A, you acknowledge, and B, then you understand the barriers and challenges that these communities are facing, especially women are facing, and then integrating them into the policy. Would be the third step, and providing these women the platform where their voices are heard. For example, grassroots level organizations, somebody in the panel also mentioned that. Like communities where the voices of the women are not hijacked, where they are just not brought in for a mere representation at a very small level, but where they are given a platform where dialogue is initiated to help amplify the voices and amplify bring to light the issues that they are facing so that they can be addressed properly. So any development, I would say, cannot happen unless you improve the status of women. Because when you go to the coastal communities, you see chronic poverty, people living in chronic poverty, right? And while marine or these sectors may be very recent that they have been acknowledged, but people are living in the coastal communities for a long time. So, and still living in such a state where you feel that tailored interventions are required to bring them, and a lot of hand-holding is required to uplift the overall status of women. So this would be my perspective on that.
Thank you so much. I think the role of NGOs and that too, the notable ones like Kasha Foundation has been very instrumental, not only in getting to know or raising awareness about the blue economy potential, but also in uplifting the local communities. And definitely the presence of the NGOs there in such communities that shows that how economic growth in the maritime sector goes hand in hand with the environmental protection, and not only that, also the social inclusion part is very important in that. Thank you so much for educating us on that. And I am being signaled that we are short of time, so we just have to conclude. I would request my panelists if you can take some time, briefly, if you can conclude your thoughts on this panel discussion in whatever way you like, so that we can formally bring it to a close, please, sir.
Thank you very much for this useful discussion. I think the experts have their areas of expertise. Being the representative of the International Labour Organization, so I would like to, just briefly highlight the issues related to the workers in the ship recycling sector. Like the people who are working there they are mostly working as an informal workers. So for them to be a formal worker and to get benefits, I think it is very important that even the students who are sitting here, whenever they go in any sector for a job, the basic things that can prove you as an employee is your employment contract. So that is something basic where, we have seen not only in the ship recycling sector, but also in many other sectors that people are not given written contracts. So that is the basic thing that will deprive you of your benefits. And same thing is happening in the ship recycling sector as well. So I think this is a basic thing for us all to know, and that is the basic thing on the basis of which we can get other benefits. If it is the social security benefits, or if it is the pension, EOBI, or any other benefits, so that is a very basic thing. So I think this topic is very important, and I think soon Pakistan will be in a position, where we will stand at number 1 in the ship recycling sector. The efforts are being made, and I hope very soon we will regain our position, inshallah, and we will contribute to the, blue economy, and people will get employed. So I hope these days are coming very soon, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Me and Dr. Shahid and myself representing the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and predominantly the fisheries sector. So I would like to highlight some of the key points which are actually belonging to the maritime sector. So what we are doing while sitting in the ministry is to bring all the solutions under one document. So what we did with regards to these the challenges we have in our hand, that we have developed a national maritime policy. Actually, we have revised the national maritime policy. Then we are in a process to develop a national fisheries and aquaculture policy, and it has both these policies are having the solutions based on the keeping in view the aspirations and the interests of the communities. We are trying to bring all the stakeholders on board on one page, and we did the huge dialogues with all stakeholders, the academia, the industry, the coastal communities, the fishers, and all the relevant which are actually which was needed actually. So we are still in a process of consultation. So I would like to see the people sitting in front of us. If somebody can come and give us a food for thought. So me and Dr. Shahid are here, and we would like to see the people come to us, and they will find us, the ministry, as a receptive mode, not in a denial mode, right? So as far as the ship recycling sector, as my worthy colleague mentioned that Ministry of Maritime Affairs and the Government of Balochistan have made their legislations. So as on the part of the legislation, what actually needs to be done by the ministry is doing that. And I would like to see the people come up and give us a food for thought. So it will help all of us. Thank you very much.
Yes, as I said earlier, that Department of Fisheries Punjab and Government of the Punjab has a very strong political will for improvement and of this sector to develop shrimp culture in Punjab and in Pakistan. So we are very much committed, and we need active participation from the private sector to join hands to come up with the ancillary industry to develop the required items like aerators, meters, like all that things should be come up from the private sector to move the industry forward. And secondly, I would say that as a nation, we are not a fish-eating nation. So we should create awareness, especially I request our students that we should start eating fish. We should be ambassador of this, because it is very much important for mother and the child to eat fish. We still take it as a luxury item, and we should make it part of our kitchen properly. So if we eat fish, we will have very good food with proper fatty acids and amino acids, and we will have a strong and an intellectual nation. Thank you very much.
I would like to add climate change is basically across the globe reshaping the coastal ecology, ecosystem, marine biodiversity, coastal erosion, leading toward the coastal erosion. Because of the climate change related events like increasing sea level, rising temperature, then extreme weather events, and different things are basically flash floods, cloud bursts. They are basically putting a lot of tremendous effect on the stress on the mangroves, coral reefs, seagrass beds, and definitely the species or the marine ecology which is related to that is also disturbed. In case of Pakistan, I would like to add Pakistan, what happened in the case of flash floods and cloud burst, what happened from the upstreams in the mountainous area happened in the upstreams and mountainous area, but it carries like the debris, sediments, nutrients, and different sort of the waste material, pollutants. They also carried along the downstream and ultimately into the coastal area. So what happened when the flash floods are adding to the existing ecosystem ecology, our marine, our coastal area? What happened? It basically totally changed the ecology of that marine or oceans. How it happened, like when the flash floods adding, definitely runoff is going to be increased, one factor. Second factor is this, when the silt deposition is there through the flash floods, definitely it's going to wash away the mangroves, hatching and hatching of the fishes, and different coral reefs, they are all disturbed. So because of that, what happened when they are over the time, the communities, the livelihood, they are engaged or they are related to the blue economy, they are also at stake. So the takeaway message is this: we can't thrive if we are not a climate resilient. So the basic thing is this, where our infrastructure should be the climate resilient. The second concern, if we are talking about the people who are related to the blue economy, like they have discussed like the fish, like the fisheries, like shrimps, ships recycling, and many other things which are related to the blue economy directly and indirectly. What happened? Definitely over the time, due to the excessive runoff, because of the mangroves are washed away, ecology is disturbed. So ultimately what happened over the time, the fish stock, the shrimps nurseries are damaged, and the people, communities who are related to their livelihood for that sector, they are more vulnerable. So they don't have any technology, they don't have any backup for that purpose. In many countries like in Maldives, in Indonesia, they are having the jetties, they are having the mangroves belt, they are having the resilient infrastructure, they are having the nets, they are having the jetties. When they having, then they can easily manage that. Secondly, the problem is this, I have already mentioned early warning system. Early warning system is there and we are working very good, but problem is this, early warning system should be helpful for the community who are more vulnerable in the blue economy. So what happened when the early warning system is basically, there should be alerts, there should be evacuation support for the people who are there, who are suffering, who are more vulnerable to those areas. So takeaway message is this, everything is really good, but we need to have a nature-based solution. We have to adapt the ecosystem-based solutions, and we have to rely the resilient climate infrastructure in all sectors. It's a it's a fisheries, it's a shipbuilding, it's a coastal erosion, and like that. And secondly, your flash flood also erode the coastal erosion. So this is one more parameter. So need of the time is this, if we have to thrive, we have to survive. So what we need to do, first, the engagement of the community, the stewardship, ownership of the community. Secondly, we need to equip them with the latest technology. And secondly, they should be having a support. And the last but not the least, there should be some other options for them. Their livelihood is at stake. So but there should be some other option for them. For example, there should be some skill development for them so they can manage that. Then micro credit financing or some other insurance policies should be there. So in the case of the trouble, when the community is vulnerable to such type of the things which are related to the blue economy, they must have some alternate option. So this is my perception about this.
I would like to definitely emphasize students to study our coastline, and this was a very informative session for them to have the awareness, because the coastline of Pakistan is of 1,000 kilometers. With the land, water, sea, sand, we have everything. Allah Ta'ala has given us everything. It's not being only utilized. Now you guys are the future of Pakistan, and you have to come up and think of the ways, how can you, taking the example of, like, our company was the first company who introduced the boats. But this is not something new. This is happening in the world everywhere. How come we became the unique? Because there was nobody doing it. So you can also come up with the new ideas and be entrepreneurs and create employment opportunity for yourself, for your friends, for your family, and give back to the community, which is what is the need of the time. See, there are two types of war. One is the war that you have the weapons and you attack the enemy. The other type of war is that you have the knowledge, you have the economy, and then you attack them. So I think you are the soldiers who really can win this war for Pakistan and create a better future. And believe me, Pakistan today is the beautiful country to live in. And only these internal security and these small issues, this is just a matter of time. One event will happen and things will go fine. So I want you to be motivated and start thinking. And also the last message would be to save the water. Just last thing I've seen, I visited Thar area, we were doing our CSR. We saw the poor people, children, were carrying the waters in the tubes of the tires. And they used to travel 10 kilometers just to grab the water. I've seen it from my own eyes. And from that day, as Ms. was saying, I stopped using the water tap. So this is one thing that I would like to definitely say to you, and you can do it. Thank you.
Okay, so just reiterating one of the comments that the fellow panelists also made is that, you know, out of 4 people living in poverty, 3 are women. And we talk about climate change, so women and girls make up 80% of those displaced due to climate change, which puts them at an additional risk of poverty and also at violence. So when you're talking about coastal development and poverty alleviation, there are any policy or any program has to take a multi-pronged approach to tackle this. One could be financial access that Kash Foundation works with, and that is the provision of small loans. However, they alone are not enough. What we need to build on top of this is safety nets, and safety nets need to be responsive to the needs of the people. Insurance penetration in Pakistan is in single digits, I suppose. And even when they are being provided, we do not see a lot of gender engagement or women engagement into this. Despite that, women, I think, would top the list when you come to analyzing data of how many of them are conned by, fake policy sellers, because this is what they really, because they understand their requirement. Their requirement stems from for the safety of the kids, their kids' education, their kids' health, their own health, and savings. So when we look at, so any policy or any safety net that is being designed has to be responsive to the needs of the community. We see that coastal communities have irregular income. So when you're talking about saving or investment needs, do we see that they are attuned to the income changes of the coastal communities? The third thing is capacity building initiatives. Capacity building initiatives in terms of what is relevant in that particular context and how do you connect it to the market. And the fourth is health. And the last being, changing mindsets and removing the structural and social barriers that women face in economic engagement. So I feel a very holistic approach needs to be taken by the government, by the private sector organizations to enable change or development in the coastal communities.
Thank you so much. Today's discussion has definitely reaffirmed that blue economy is not just a sectoral opportunity, it is a systems level transformation, so to say. And when I say that, it definitely demands an integrated governance mechanism and total inclusive kind of a socio-economic framework, along with the science-based policy, I must say. So the key takeaways very briefly would be, number one, that sustainability, as you have all mentioned, that should remain foundational. Be it coastal tourism or the ship recycling or the fishery sector or the environment or maybe the role of the NGOs, everything should, at the core of everything should remain the idea of sustainability. The second most important key takeaway from today's discussion would be the institutional collaboration, the provincial and federal collaboration, and all the stakeholders needs to be taken on board before we take any kind of a decision-making process. And not only that, since we have been talking about the marginalized group, I think the coastal development as a whole needs to be equity-driven, which basically means that the coastal communities or the vulnerable groups, they should not be displaced, rather they should be empowered. And last but not the least is that the blue economy as a whole cannot thrive until and unless maritime security is ensured, until and unless rule of the law of the sea is there, and until and unless all the enforcement mechanisms are rightly put in place. So with this, we conclude our today's very important, vital discussion points on this important topic on the blue economy in practice. And in the end, I would like to thank each one of our very worthy panelists for their insightful comments, for their time, and the value addition that they have made in our knowledge base. Thank you so much, Minhaj University, and thank you so much to all of you for being a wonderful audience. Signing off. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our moderator and the panelists for such a wonderful discussion on a different aspect of maritime sector. And now I would like to request Professor Dr. Hussain Majuddin Qadri, Chairman BOG. Sir, please come forward to present souvenirs to the panelists. Professor Dr. Hussain Majuddin Qadri. I also request worthy Vice Chancellors and dear Senator Dr. Zarqa Sorwardi. Madam, please. Dear audience, now the souvenirs will be distributed to our learned panelists from such a diverse aspects of maritime sector. So this time we are really proud to share that we have representation from the ministry, from the NGO sector, from fisheries, from industry, and they are all here. And now I will announce the name. First of all, I would like to request Ms. Anna Matharana from Kashyap Foundation. Thank you so much, Ms. Anam, for talking about the issues in coastal communities. Thank you for being with us. Now, I would request Mr. Syed Yasser Hadi, CEO and Director, Oceanic Cruises. Thank you so much for being here, all the way from Karachi, and talking about the venture that you have started. That is so inspiring. Now, Dr. Khadija Shakrullah, Associate Professor, you are requested to come forward to receive this token of appreciation. She is the academicians who have joined us for this discussion. Now, Dr. Ansar Mehboob Chattha, Director General, Wildlife and Fisheries, our representative of Directorate of Fisheries in Punjab. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to request Mr. Muhammad Farhan Khan, Assistant Fisheries Development Commissioner, Ministry of Maritime Affairs, Islamabad. Sir, thank you so much for coming from Islamabad to attend this conference. And definitely we will look forward for your collaboration in the international conference. And now I would like to request Mr. Naeem Khaled, National Project Coordinator, International Labour Organization, Islamabad. Thank you so much, sir. He has also traveled all the way from Islamabad to attend this conference. We are so honored to have you. And last not the least, Dr. Aisha Sabdirali, Associate Professor, Kinnaird College for Women, for leading this panel discussion so efficiently. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now I request all of you to take your seats. Yes, before that, please gather for the group photo. Please, Professor Dr. Hussain Majuddin Qadri, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Zarqa, Dr. Shahid Aslam Mirza, if you can also join. Mr. Paul Joop, if you can kindly join here on stage. So all the guests are requested to please join us for the group photo. Thank you. Please keep sitting. We have another panel discussion. Dear students, please sit down. We are going to have our next panel discussion. Please sit down. They cannot leave. कुछ नहीं. Ladies and gentlemen, you are attending the 4th National Maritime Conference organized by Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs at Minhaj University, Lahore. You are all requested to please be seated. We are going to have our second panel discussion, and that would be the last for today's conference. So, now to lead this second panel discussion on the theme Water Security and Regional Cooperation, Rethinking Transboundary Water Governance. And this discussion will be led by Dr. Ahmed Ali Gul, Director, Center for Disaster Management, University of Management and Technology. Sir, will you please come on stage and take your seat? Dr. Ahmed Ali Gul. He has a vast experience in flood modeling, transport modeling, and spatial technology applications in disaster management. So we are so thankful to you for being here and for leading this panel discussion. The first panelist of today's discussion is I'm inviting the second one. That is the Engineer Fakhr Raza, Regional Director, Pakistan Council of Research in Water Resources. So please take your seat on stage. He is a specialist in water resources engineering, and he has been working at Pakistan Council of Research in Water Resources and holding the position of Regional Director. Thank you, sir. Our next panelist is Dr. Farhat Asif, President, Institute of Peace and Diplomatic Studies. She has over 15 years of expertise in international relations, foreign policy, and diplomacy. Please welcome her on the stage. Thank you so much, Dr. Farhat, for coming from Islamabad and joining us for this conference. Mr. Shahid Hamid, Advisor, Hydrology and Water Management, WAPDA Lahore. The Member and Board of Governors, Center of Excellence in Water Resources Engineering, University of Engineering and Technology, Lahore. So thank you. Thank you for joining us. Now I would like to invite Mr. Ahmed Rafi Alam, environmental lawyer, founding partner Salim Alam & Co. Lahore. He is a famous Pakistani environmental lawyer and activist, and he has co-founded Salim Alam & Co. And then we have Engineer Tahir Bashara Chima, Advisor Energy, All Pakistan Textile Mills Association, former Managing Director PEPCO and former Director Rector of WAPDA International Technical University. He is the foremost power sector specialist in the country with 50 years of hands-on experience. So thank you so much for joining us. And the next panelist is Dr. Asiya Mukhtar, Assistant Professor, Kinnett College for Women, Lahore. And she holds a PhD in International Relations from Punjab University. And she has brilliantly diverse professional experience that ranges from working with the Ministry of Communications. Dr. Asiya Mukhtar. And the last panelist of today's panel discussion is Mr. Ahmed Sarwar Beg. And he has joined us from the Ministry of Water Resources. Thank you, sir, for coming for today's discussion. Over to you, sir, Dr. Ahmed.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. And I'd like to say good morning and good afternoon in fact, to the audience, to everybody at Minhaj University. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here moderating this session on water security, regional cooperation, and rethinking transboundary water governance. So the recent floods have really laid bare the situation that we are facing, the challenges that we face, which are intertwined with climate change, with regional diplomacy, and our own national resilience. So we are incredibly fortunate to have a wonderful panel, some of Pakistan's leading experts related to not only water management, but specialists in law, in engineering, international relations, diplomacy. So what I'll try to do is keep the format pretty simple. We'll have questions, but slight change. I would really appreciate if everybody in the panel could have a discussion, an open discussion, which is bilingual, so that it benefits everybody. So हम कोशिश करते हैं कि तमाम लोग जो हैं वो उससे सही तरह फ़ायदा भी उठा सकें और हम एक ऐसी डिस्कशन करें जिससे जितने भी हमारे टॉपिक्स हैं आज के we are able to cover all of them इंशाल्लाह. ठीक है? So we'll start by we have since we have, let's say, people who are some of the best engineers in the country related to the water sector, and some of the people who have represented Pakistan on international fora related to on various events such as COPs, on transboundary cooperation, on international relations. What I would want is to have, let's say, two sides to the discussion, more of a technical side, or the other side would be more on international relations and on legal aspects. So let me start by the engineer Tahir Bisharat Chima Saab to get his view on the Indus Water Treaty, the threats that it poses to Pakistan at this stage. And sir, what are your concerns since the Indus Water Treaty was held in abeyance earlier this year, prior to the conflict with India? What are the threats that it poses, let's say non-military threats that it poses to Pakistan?
शुक्रिया जी. मुझे थोड़ी सी इजाज़त देंगे कि जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, जो ये ब्राइट यंग फेसेस हैं, इन्हें अच्छे तरीके से बता सकें और शेयर कर सकें, तो इसलिए उर्दू में मैं ये रखूँगा. अंग्रेज़ी आती है, अंग्रेज़ी का मसला नहीं है, लेकिन वो ज़्यादा अच्छा होगा कम्युनिकेट करने के लिए. आज की थ्रेट या आज की जो अबेंस में इंडस वाटर्स ट्रीटी है, अगर उसे समझना है तो हमें वापस जाना पड़ेगा 1947 में, 1947. हमेशा से पाकिस्तान में और बिलखुसूस पिछले 5-10 साल से जो मॉन्स्टर है वो मोदी है. लेकिन जिस वक्त हम हिस्ट्री में जाते हैं तो पता ये चलता है कि जो बीज बोए गए आज की जंग के, वो नेहरू साहब ने, जवाहरलाल नेहरू, جنہیں ڈیموکریٹ بھی کہا جاتا ہے. ہی واز ایکسٹریملی سواو, جسے کہتے ہیں کہ کپڑے پیرس سے دھل کے آتے تھے, اس میں بھی کوئی ڈاؤٹ نہیں ہے. شاندار کتابیں لکھی, گلمسز آف دا ورلڈ ہسٹری. انہوں نے جس وقت وہ انکارسریٹ تھے, جیل میں تھے, تو اپنی بیٹی کے لیے, اندرا گاندھی کے لیے, انہوں نے کمپلیٹ ہسٹری لکھ دی, اور کمال کی ہسٹری لکھی جو بعد کے ہسٹورینز ہیں وہ بھی اس میں غلطیاں نہ نکال سکے. تو تھوڑا سا غور کیجئے کہ جس وقت ہندوستان کا بٹوارا ہوا تو وہ نہیں چاہتے تھے, اور بھی بہت سارے لوگ نہیں چاہتے ہوں گے, لیکن ہو گیا تو وہ بھولے نہیں. اب ایک طرف آپ سب کے لیے جو برائٹ فیسز ہیں آپ کے لیے کہ ایک یورپ میں ڈینیوب دریا ہے, 19 ملک جو ہیں اسے بانٹ کے استعمال کرتے ہیں اور بہترین استعمال کر رہے ہیں. ہکپس ہوتے ہیں, مسائل اس میں ہوتے ہیں. دریائے نیل کو لے لیں, نائل جسے کہتے ہیں, 11 ملک اسے اس کے پانیوں کو استعمال کرتے ہیں اور آپس میں ڈسکشن ان کے یعنی کہ مسائل بھی ہوتے ہیں اور اسے طے بھی کرتے ہیں. زیادہ نزدیک ترکی, شام اور عراق کی ہم بات کرتے ہیں, جس میں دجلہ اور فرہاد, یوفریٹیز اینڈ دا ٹائگرس, ان کو وہ شیئر کرتے ہیں. اس میں کچھ اعتراضات ہیں باقی دونوں کو ترکی سے, لیکن بہرحال جنگ نہیں ہوئی. تو اب کیا دیکھتے ہیں کہ 47 میں سب سے پہلے جسے آبی آج کل دہشت گردی کہتے ہیں, واٹر ٹیررزم, وہ نہرو صاحب نے سٹارٹ کی. پاکستان کے جو جوائنٹ واٹرز تھے, جو راوی اور دوسرے ستلج اور بیاس کے پانیوں پہ جو براجز تھے, جو اس وقت کی بٹوارے کے بعد انڈین پنجاب میں آ جاتے تھے, انہوں نے وہاں سے پانی روک دیا. اس وقت میں مخفف کرتے ہوئے کوشش کی گئی کہ کسی طریقے سے جیسے یورپ میں ہو رہا ہے اور باقی جگہوں پہ ہو رہا ہے اس کا ذکر کیا گیا. ڈینیوب کا ذکر ہوا اس کے اندر کہ 2 جنگیں وہاں لڑیں, لیکن دیکھ لیں کہ پانی ہم بانٹ رہے ہیں, تو پاکستان ایسے کیوں نہیں کر سکتا. It was pure intransigence on part of Jawaharlal Nehru that we did not even think about that. اور اسی وقت سے یہ کام چلا کہ یہ بٹوارا پانیوں کا بھی ہوگا. So much so that you will be really surprised to know it کہ یہ جو آج کل کی لیسکو ہے, اس لیسکو سے پہلے لاہور میں ایک لیسکو ہوا کرتی تھی, لاہور الیکٹرک سپلائی کمپنی, جو 47 میں اس کے مالکان سکھ اور ہندو تھے, وہ چھوڑ کے چلے گئے. تو پنجاب اریگیشن ڈپارٹمنٹ نے اسے ٹیک اوور کر لیا, چلانا شروع کیا. اس کے 8 مسلمان جو ورکرز تھے, ان میں سے ایک سپروائزر بھی تھے, وہ رہ گئے یہاں, باقی تو سب چلے گئے. تو آپ حیران ہوں گے کہ ہندوستان نے اس کا کوئلہ بند کر دیا. وہ کوئلے پہ وہاں پاور پلانٹس چلتے تھے, وہ بھی بند کر دیا. یعنی کہ آپ ذہن میں رکھیے گا کہ پہلے دن سے آبی دہشت گردی تو تھی ہی تھی, لیکن وہ کوئلہ بند کر سکتے تھے کیونکہ کوئلہ یہاں سے نہیں آتا تھا. اور جو بلوچستان کا تھوڑا سا کوئلہ اور مکڑوال کا پنجاب میں, اور وہ جسے ہندو باغ کہتے ہیں, آج کل مسلم باغ, ہم تو جلدی سے چیزوں کو مسلمان بھی کر دیتے ہیں, وہاں کا جو کوئلہ تھا وہ پہنچ نہیں پاتا تھا یہاں. اس لیے ہندوستان سے ٹائمز امیموریل وہاں سے آ رہا تھا, اسے روک دیا. خیر چلتے چلتے اس کے بعد اتنی لڑائی ہوئی کہ کچھ پوچھیں نا. مکفف میں کرتا ہوں اپنی بات کو, پھر ہم آتے ہیں انڈس واٹرز ٹریٹی پہ. اس پہ جو ہے نا جی, ہوور ڈیم اور ٹی وی اے, ٹینیسی ویلی اتھارٹی, اس پہ کام ہو چکا ہوا تھا. وہ بھی جو بہت سارے اسٹیٹس ہیں یو ایس اے کے, وہ مل کے پانی بانٹتے تھے, اس کو سامنے رکھا گیا, اور امریکی ہی آئے اور انہوں نے ہمارے لیے انڈس واٹرز ٹریٹی جو ہے وہ سامنے رکھی. انڈس واٹرز ٹریٹی کے سلسلے میں ذرا سوچ لیجئے کہ اسے سائن کرنے کے لیے جواہر لال نہرو صاحب جو ہیں وہ کراچی آئے, اور پاکستان سے اس وقت کے صدر فیلڈ مارشل محمد ایوب خان جو ہیں انہوں نے سائن کرنا تھا. تو انہوں نے جو اپنے ساتھ صاحب رکھے ہوئے تھے وہ ایک سول سرونٹ تھے جی معین الدین، یعنی کہ پاکستان کے صدر نے. اور نہرو جب آئے تو ان کے پاس انڈیا کے ٹاپ ہائیڈرولوجی اور واٹر ایکسپرٹ اور بیسٹ انجینئر جو ان کے پاس ہو سکتے ہیں وہ ان کے ساتھ ہے. اور اس کے بعد نہرو نے کہا سائن تو ہم کر لیں گے لیکن اتنے خوبصورت آدمی کے پاس بیٹھے ہوئے تو کچھ ہمیں بھی ملنا چاہیے، ہم تو آپ سے کچھ لینے آئے ہیں. تو بہت ساری کنسیشنز اور انہوں نے کروا لی اور ہم نے انہیں سائن کر دیا. اس کے بعد جس دن وہ انڈس واٹرز ٹریٹی سائن ہوئی اور آج تک جو اس کے انڈس واٹرز کمیشن کے کمشنر ہیں ان کا ایوریج ٹینیور جو ہے پکے کا وہ 7 مہینے ہے. آپ ذرا ذہن میں رکھیے گا. اور پچھلے کئی سالوں سے ہمارے پاس پرماننٹ جسے کہتے ہیں کمشنر ہیں ہی نہیں. اس وقت کے کمشنر جو ہیں وہ 10 چیزیں کر رہے ہیں. وہ سینئر جوائنٹ سیکرٹری بھی ہیں واٹر ریسورسز منسٹری کے، اس کے کمشنر بھی ہیں. اس کے بعد سمجھ لیں کہ وہ منسٹری بھی چلاتے ہیں، وابڈا پہ بھی نظر رکھتے ہیں کہ وابڈا کہیں ادھر ادھر نہ چلا جائے. مصروف ہیں انتہائی. اور انڈس واٹرز کی جو ٹریٹی ہے اسے بھی مینیج کر رہے ہیں. مجھے موقع ملا 2 بار ہندوستان جانے کا. تو جب پہلی دفعہ گیا تو میرے دوست تھے غازی آباد کے محمد یوسف خان. تو وہ بی جے پی کے بہت بڑے سپورٹر تھے. تو میں نے ان سے پوچھا آپ انہیں سپورٹ کرتے ہیں؟ وہ کہتے ہیں کہ ان کو پیسے دبا کے دیں گے، یہ خراب ہوگا تو یہ جلدی ذلیل ہوگی. ان کا اپنی فلسفی تھی. تو میں نے ان سے یہ کہا کہ آپ کی رسائی ہے تو جو انڈس واٹرز کمشنر ہیں ہندوستان کے ان سے مجھے ملوا دیں. تو خیر انہوں نے پتہ کیا تو پتہ چلا کہ کمشنر جو ہیں وہ کشمیر گئے ہوئے ہیں. تو انہوں نے کہا کہ ڈپٹی کمشنر موجود ہے. کہا جی ان سے بات کروا دیں، ہم نے تو ملنا ہی ہے. ڈپٹی کمشنر صاحب کے پاس گئے تو ان سے پوچھا کہ آپ کے پاس کتنے لوگ ہیں کمشنریٹ میں؟ تو انہوں نے کہا ہمارے پاس 63 لوگ ہیں، 63. تو 63 بمقابلہ وابڈا تو بڑا چھوٹا سا محکمہ تھا. میں جس سے گیا تھا محکمے سے وہ 1,48,000 لوگ تھے اس کے. خیر وابڈا کا کام بھی اور کمشنریٹ کا کام بھی اور. تو 63 میں کتنے ہیں جی؟ تو پتہ یہ چلا کہ لیسٹ پاسبل تھے آگزیلری اینڈ اینسلری سروسز کے سارے ہی ایکسپرٹ تھے. تو میں نے تنزن کہا یہ تو بہت کم ہے. وہ نہیں سمجھے. تو انہوں نے کہا جی وہ جو پلاننگ کمیشن ہے انڈیا کی وہ کوئی مسئلہ نہیں، اس کے بھی کوئی 2,000 کے قریب جو پروفیشنلز ہیں وہ ہماری بیک اینڈ کال پہ. بہترین ہو گیا. میں نے کہا بس. تو وہ انہوں نے کہا کہ جو وہ انٹرنیشنل اریگیشن اینڈ ڈرینیج اتھارٹی ہے جی، کمیشن ہے، ٹھیک ہے جی. انہوں نے کہا اس کے 20,500 لوگ جو ہیں انہیں بھی ہم ایکسیس کر سکتے ہیں. تو میں نے کہا اتنا تو نہیں ہے، اتنی بڑی ٹریٹی ہے اور آپ کر کے رہے ہیں. خیر وہاں سے جب نکلا تو مجھے یہ سمجھ آ گئی کہ یہ کام صرف ایک ہی کر رہے ہیں. یہ کام کر رہے ہیں ٹریٹی پہ، اسے سرکموینٹ کرنے کے لیے کر رہے ہیں، بٹ جسٹ ٹیلنگ دا ہول ورلڈ اینڈ اسپیسیفکلی پاکستان کہ ہم اسے توڑ نہیں رہے. تو وہ پہلے دن سے نہرو سے لے کے نہرو نے جو سائن کیا اور اب تک جو ہے وہ اسی کام پہ لگے ہیں. اب ہوا کیا کہ لاہور آئے تو اس دن کے جو کمشنر تھے، میں معذرت خواہ ہوں تھوڑا سا ٹائم لگ رہا ہے لیکن بچوں کو سمجھانا ہے ہم نے. تو جب میں پہنچا یہاں کے کمشنریٹ بیگم روڈ پہ آفس ہوا کرتا تھا، اب اسلام آباد کی ٹھنڈی ہواؤں میں جا چکا ہے. اس دن بارش ہو رہی تھی تو ان کے دفتر گئے تو ان کا دفتر بھی ٹپک رہا تھا، ماحول ایک ہی جیسا تھا. تو کمشنر صاحب تو وہاں تھے نہیں. تو جب اندر گئے، اب سستانہ تو تھا، کسی مجھے جانتے تھے، انہوں نے کہا آپ کو چائے بھی پلاتے ہیں. تو کمرے بھی ٹپک رہے تھے اور وہ جو ان اینڈ آؤٹ ٹریز ہوتی ہیں لوہے کی سرکاری دفتروں میں، اور ویسٹ پیپر باسکٹس جو ہیں وہ بھی ٹین کی ہوتی ہیں، کالا رنگ کیا ہوتا ہے، اس میں وہ ٹپکتا پانی روکا گیا تھا۔ ان سے پوچھا آپ کتنے ہیں؟ انہوں نے کہا 13 میں نے کہا کہ انجینئر کتنے ہیں، یا ہائیڈرولوجی کے یا لیگل ایکسپرٹس کتنے ہیں؟ تو انہوں نے یہ کہا کہ وہ کمشنر صاحب ہیں اور میں ہوں، ہم تھوڑے ہیں۔ تو ظاہر ہے بہت زیادہ تھے، ٹھیک ہے۔ اب اس کی حالت یہ ہے کہ دریاؤں کو تو چھوڑ دیجئے، اس کے بعد جو نالے آتے ہیں پاکستان میں ہندوستان سے، ان میں فضلہ آتا ہے اور کیمیکلز آتے ہیں، اسے بھی ہم مینیج نہیں کر سکے۔ اس کے بعد آپ حیران ہوں گے، میں اور فگرز دے رہا ہوں، یہ کسی کی نکاتی نہیں ہے، یہ صرف یہ ہے کہ سیریسنس نہیں ہے یہاں، اور نہیں ہے کچھ، اور سیریسنس شروع سے نہیں ہے، آج کوئی اسپیشل بات نہیں ہے، آج شاید بہتر ہی ہو۔ تو وہ پتہ یہ چلا کہ 3026 کمیونیکیشنز ہیں جو پاکستانی کمشنر نے اپنے کاؤنٹر پارٹ ہندوستان میں دیے اور اس کا جواب نہیں آیا۔ ذرا غور کیجئے اس پہ، ٹھیک ہے جی۔ اب آ جاتے ہیں اس پہ کہ یہ جو ہیلڈ ان ابینس کر دیا، تو یہ بیسکلی جس دن لکھی گئی تھی اسی دن ہی ہیلڈ ان ابینس ہو گئی تھی۔ ہم نے اس پہ کام نہیں کیا، وہ کام یہ کرتے رہے کہ کس طریقے سے سرکموینٹ کیا جا سکتا ہے اور پاکستان کی نرگٹ جو ہے اسے کیسے دبایا جا سکتا ہے یا اس کا سانس کیسے روکا جا سکتا ہے، کیونکہ وہ اس کو مانے ہی نہیں بدقسمتی سے پارٹیشن کو۔ یہ ان کی لیڈرشپ کی بات کر رہا ہوں، عام آدمی تو جیسے ہم ہیں ویسے ہی وہ ہیں۔ وہاں گئے، مجھے تو بہت پیار ملا، مجھے تو کسی نے کچھ نہیں کہا کہ، لیکن لیڈرشپ کے اپنے ایشوز ہوتے ہیں۔ اب پوزیشن یہ ہے کہ ہم اسی پوزیشن پہ ہیں جس دن 1960 سے تھے۔ وی ہیو ناٹ لاسٹ اینی تھنگ، کوئی چیز ایسی نہیں ہے کہ جو ہمیں فالتو ملتی تھی اب نہیں مل رہی، بلکہ اس دفعہ جب انہوں نے پانی چھوڑے تو جو سفارتی ایونیوز تھے ان سے ہمیں جلدی خبر ملی، اگر وہ کمشنریٹ ٹو کمشنریٹ آتی تو شاید نہ ملتی۔
سر سوری ٹو انٹرجیکٹ، اس پہ ایک فالو اپ میرا صرف یہی تھا کہ ہم نے کمیونیکیشن دیکھا، چینل بدل گیا، انڈس واٹر کمیشن کے چینل سے نہیں آیا، اس دفعہ ہائی کمیشن کے چینل سے آ گیا، دیٹس اوکے، لیکن ایک کنسرن جو ہے، ایک میڈیا پہ بھی نیریٹو ہے کہ آبی جاریت جو ہے اس کا بیونڈ دا نیوسنس ویلیو کتنی اٹینویشن ہو سکتی ہے ہماری ریورز میں، اور ہمارے لیے پریشانی کی کیا بات ہے، ہمیں کتنا پریشان ہونے کی ضرورت ہے؟
شکریہ۔ دیکھیں سر، بات یہ ہے کہ پہلی تو بات یہ ہے کہ پہلے دن ہی سے جو وہ کر سکتے ہیں ہمارے ساتھ کرتے آئے ہیں، اور جو وہ کرتے رہے ہیں ہم اس کا جواب نہیں دے سکتے۔ ہمارا تو اسلامی ڈکٹم ہے ایک، دا لیفٹ ناٹ نوئنگ واٹ دا رائٹ ڈز، دو وہ ایلمز کے لیے ہے، خیرات کے لیے ہے، لیکن ہماری مینجمنٹ کا اور گورننس کا یہاں یہ طریقہ ہے، دا لیفٹ ناٹ نوئنگ واٹ دا رائٹ ڈز۔ مسلمان ہیں، ٹھیک ہے جی۔ اب اس میں مسئلہ یہ ہے کہ وہ بہت کچھ کر سکتے ہیں، لیکن وہ کتنا کر سکتے ہیں وہ میں عرض کر دوں۔ وہ یہ ہے کہ دیکھیں اپر رائبیرین ہیں، ان کے پاس بھی پانی آ رہا ہے، پانی کو روکا نہیں جا سکتا، پانی تو نیچے آنا ہی آنا ہے، ناٹ وتھ اسٹینڈنگ واٹ دا IWT سے، صرف یہ ہوتا ہے کہ آپ نے ٹائملی اطلاع دینی ہے۔ اس دفعہ ڈیلیوج وہاں بھی تھا، لوگ جو ہیں وہ مرے ہیں اور بری حالت ہوئی ہے، ہمارے ہاں بھی یہ تھا۔ تو اس میں یہ تھا کہ انہوں نے تھوڑا لیٹ بتایا، لیکن آئی ان دا اسکائی کہاں گئی؟ سیٹلائٹس ہیں، سیٹلائٹ امیجری ہے، ہم کیا کر رہے تھے؟ ان کی اطلاع سے پہلے ہمیں پتہ ہونا چاہیے۔ انجینئرز جو ہمارے ہیں یا جو سائنٹسٹ ہیں،
یہ تھا کہ اس پہ ایکشن کیا لینا تھا، شاید وہ بھی مسنگ تھا نا، کہ ہمیں پتہ لگ گیا کچھ دن پہلے، تو وہ ایکشن کیا لینا تھا؟
میں نے یہی عرض کیا نا، دیکھیں ٹائملی ہو تو کام چل جاتا ہے، ٹائملی نہ ہو تو آپ بچت کرتے ہیں، اور بچت کیا ہوتا ہے کہ واٹر ویز میں سے لوگ جو ہیں انہیں نکال لیا جاتا ہے وغیرہ وغیرہ۔ اب آتی ہے بات کہ وہ کیا کر سکتے ہیں۔ عموماً یہ کہا جا سکتا ہے، اور جیسے مودی صاحب نے فرمایا بھی کہ ہم ان کا پانی بند کر دیں گے، وہ پانی نہیں بند کر سکتے۔ اگر بند بھی کریں گے تو اس کے لیے انہیں پروگرام بنانے پڑے گا جو 20 سال کا ہوگا, تو اس سے پہلے کچھ نہ کچھ ہو جائے گا. وہ نہیں کر سکتے, وہ نہیں کریں گے, لیکن وہ آپ کو تنگ کرتے رہیں گے جب تک آپ اپنی پوزیشن بہتر نہیں کریں گے. اور اگر اسی طرح کی پوزیشن رہی تو یہی ہوگا کہ کبھی پانی آ جائے گا, کبھی پانی روک لیا جائے گا. اچھا, مزے کی بات یہ ہے کہ ایک رسپانسبل ملک ہو وہ اس قسم کے کام نہیں کرتا. وہ یہی کام کر رہے ہیں ارسپانسبل, آؤٹ آف اسپائٹ, غصے میں کہ ہم چھوڑیں گے نہیں. تو جو نقصان کر سکتے ہیں وہ انہوں نے کیا, لیکن وہ نقصان ہمیں 1 ہفتہ پہلے پتہ ہونا چاہیے تھا, 10 دن پہلے پتہ ہونا چاہیے تھا. دیکھیں پانی جو ہے نا, میں تھوڑا سا آپ کو عرض کروں, میرے ساتھی جو ہیں یہ مجھ سے کہیں زیادہ پانی کے بارے میں جانتے ہیں. ہی از اے واٹر انجینئر, آئی ایم فرام دا پاور سیکٹر, بٹ کیونکہ چولی دامن کا ساتھ ہے. پانی ہمارے گیجنگ سٹیشنز لگے ہوئے ہیں فرام دا ٹپ ٹو دا ٹو, اور پانی کی والیومز اور اس کی سپیڈ کا سب کو پتہ ہے. ٹو دا لاسٹ منٹ جو ہے اس کا پتہ کیا جا سکتا ہے. 2010 کے فلڈز آئے تو پاور سیکٹر کا ہم نے پانی کے ساتھ چلنا شروع کیا, کنٹرول شٹ ڈاؤنز کیے آدھا گھنٹہ پہلے جب پانی وہاں پہنچنا تھا, اور آدھا گھنٹہ جب ہو گیا پانی وہاں سے نکل گیا تو ان سب پاور سیکٹر کو آن کر دیا, واپس اسے کمیشن کر دیا, جس سے اوریجنل نقصان جو مختص کیا گیا تھا, کیلکولیٹ کیا گیا تھا, وہ تھا 14.25 ارب. آخر میں کل جو ہے 453 ملین کا نقصان ہوا, کیونکہ ہم نے شٹ ڈاؤنز پلان کیے تھے. سو پانی کے ساتھ آپ چل سکتے ہیں اور کام کر سکتے ہیں, لیکن اس سے پہلے بہت ساری باتیں ہوئیں. وہ کیا ہوئیں کہ فریگمنٹیشن ہے, جو وہی دا لیفٹ ناٹ نوئنگ واٹ دا رائٹ ڈز, مختلف وہ جسے کہتے ہیں وائڈز میں کام لوگ کرتے ہیں, آپس میں بات نہیں کرتے ہیں, نتیجتاً ہم مار کھا جاتے ہیں. ایک اور لاسٹ بات کروں, وہ یہ ہے کہ مجھے تو انتہا کی خوشی ہوئی جب جغرافیہ کی پروفیسر یہاں بیٹھی ہوئی تھی. ذرا ذہن میں آپ رکھیں کہ جغرافی جسے کہتے ہیں وہ تو پڑھائی ہی نہیں جاتی اسکولوں میں, یا کسی کو پڑھائی نہیں جاتی. 4تھی جماعت میں تھا تو فادر گرانٹ تھے اس وقت پرنسپل پلس کلاس ٹیچر تھے, تو انہوں نے ہمیں ایٹلس آف دا ورلڈ بنانا سکھایا. اب بھی میں بنا لیتا ہوں, مجھے اگر آپ ابھی کہیں تو میں ایٹلس آف دا ورلڈ بنا دوں گا. تھوڑا ٹیڑھا میڑھا ہوگا, ملک مجھ سے آپ پوچھ لیں, 156 تو نہیں مجھے یاد, لیکن جو اس وقت کے تھے, جو 86 تھے, وہ سارے پتہ ہیں کہ کہاں ہیں. تو اب نوٹ کیجئے کہ جغرافیہ پڑھایا ہی نہیں جاتا اسکولوں میں. جیسے سوشیولوجی اتنا امپورٹنٹ سبجیکٹ ہے, وہ سوشل سائنٹسٹ بھی بیٹھی ہوئی تھیں, 876 کالجز میں سوشیولوجی کا جو سبجیکٹ ہے وہ پڑھانا بند کر دیا گیا, اس لیے کہ نوکری نہیں ملتی. اچھا, سوشیولوجی جو ہے ہیومینٹیز کی بیس ہے.
My job is very difficult. I have to manage this
please do so,
session's
sir.
time. So I just have a follow-up question from...
ہمارے ہتھے جب یہ چڑھے گا.
So I can imagine. But you have some wonderful insight. مجھے بڑا بہت مزہ آیا, and I'm sure everybody in the audience would love to hear you for much longer time. So سر, شاہد صاحب سے ایک سوال ہے, اسی سے ایکچولی فالو اپ ہے, بیکاز یو آر اے ہائیڈرولوجی ایکسپرٹ, اینڈ یہ جو ابھی ہم ڈسکشن کر رہے تھے کہ انڈیا کے پاس کیا کیپیبلٹی ہے, اس کے اوپر ایک فالو اپ کوشچن ہے آپ سے کہ وداؤٹ ہیونگ نیو اسٹرکچرز, نئے اسٹرکچرز یا اسٹوریج یا ڈائیورژن اسٹرکچرز بنائے بغیر, وہ ایسا نہیں ہے کہ مودی صاحب جو فرما رہے ہیں کہ جی ایک قطرہ پانی نیچے نہیں جائے گا, بلڈ اینڈ واٹر کی ناٹ فلو ٹوگیدر. تو کیا کیپیبلٹی ہے انڈیا کے پاس کہ وہ جو نیوسنس ویلیو ہے, ہمیں تنگ کرنے کی جو ابیلٹی ہے وہ کیا ہے؟ اور اس کے ساتھ ہی ایک اور لنکڈ سوال ہے کہ جو اس سال کا سیلاب ہے, اس میں اکثر ہم سنتے آ رہے ہیں کہ آبی جاریت ہے, تو اس آبی جاریت کی کیا فرینڈلی فائر کے طور پہ ان کی اپنی عوام کو نقصان نہیں ہوا, خاص طور پہ اگر ہم کہتے ہیں کہ جو انہوں نے اپنے جو پونگ ارتھین ڈیم ہے ان کو جلدی فل کر دیا اور اس کی وجہ سے جو فلڈنگ ہے وہ ایگزاسربیٹ ہو گئی انڈین پنجاب کے اندر, تو کیا وہ اس کی اپنی عوام جو ہے وہ کیجولٹی نہیں بن گئی اس کی؟ اس کے اوپر سر آپ کی کیا رائے ہے؟
بڑا اچھا سوال ہے. اسپیشلی بچے شاید مایوس ہو گئے کہ پتہ نہیں ہمارے ہاتھ پہ کچھ بھی نہیں ہے, لیکن میں آپ کو کافی پازیٹیو چیزیں بھی بتاؤں گا. اس لیے जो इंडिया की बात है, आप अगर ईस्टर्न और वेस्टर्न रिवर की बात करें तो ईस्टर्न रिवर का फुल राइट्स इंडिया के पास है, जबकि वेस्टर्न रिवर्स के ऊपर जो है ना वो एक्सक्लूसिव राइट पाकिस्तान के हैं, लेकिन उसके अंदर जो लोकलाइज यूज़ के लिए दे कैन हैव सम स्टोरेज एज वेल एज सम पावर जनरेशन और थोड़ी सी इरिगेशन वगैरह भी कर सकते हैं। लेकिन मैं आपको अभी तक बताता हूँ कि उन्होंने जो प्रोविज़न उसके अंदर अवेलेबल हैं ट्रीटी के अंदर, उसका भी उन्होंने 40% से ज़्यादा यूज़ नहीं किया, और ना उतनी स्टोरेज डेवलप कर सके हैं, ना वो उतने इरिगेशन एरियाज़ डेवलप कर सकते हैं किए हैं। लेकिन मैं आपको एक चीज़ बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट शेयर करना चाहता हूँ, वेस्टर्न रिवर्स में हमारे पास जो पाकिस्तान में टोटल पानी आ रहा है, मोर देन 50% पानी जो है दैट इज़ ट्रांसबाउंडरी वाटर, आइदर इन दी काबल से आ रहा है या इंडस है, झेलम है, चनाब है, इसका भी 50% पानी इंडिया से आता है। और इससे भी ऊपर ज़्यादा जो ख़तरनाक चीज़ है वो ये कि चनाब रिवर का 100% कैचमेंट एरिया इंडिया में है। अच्छा, अब आपका जो सवाल था कि व्हाट इंडिया कैन डू, अगर हमने रिसेंटली स्टडी किया कि सलाल डैम की जो कैपेसिटी है इट इज़ अराउंड 3 लाख एकड़ फुट के करीब है, 3 लाख एकड़ फुट के करीब है, और उसके ऊपर हमने ये स्टडी किया कि पाकिस्तान पे वो क्या इम्पेक्ट कर सकता है। तो हमने ये देखा कि जब आपके फ्लोज कम होते हैं तो वो जो है अपने डैम भरना शुरू कर देगा, और जब वो आपको पानी की ज़रूरत है तो वो जो है ना उसको फिल करेगा और अदरवाइज़ वो रिलीज़ करेगा। तो उसकी जो रिलीज़ कैपेसिटी है हमने देखा है कि लो फ्लो पीरियड में वो हमारे ऊपर 15 दिन इम्पेक्ट कर सकता है, ओनली विद द हेल्प ऑफ सलाल डैम। 15 दिन का पानी हमारे चनाब के ऊपर वो ज़ीरो कर सकता है। और दूसरी तरफ अगर हाई फ्लोज पीरियड में वो हमारे ऊपर 2 दिन का इम्पेक्ट कर सकता है। और अभी उसने 3 दफ़ा चनाब के ऊपर जी एक्सरसाइज की भी है। हमारे हाइड्रोग्राफ शो करते हैं कि उसने गैर ज़रूरी तौर पे पहले उसको खाली किया और फिर उसको भरना शुरू कर दिया। उससे ये हुआ कि हमारे एक दिन अगर वो 60,000 क्यूसिक आ रहा है तो नेक्स्ट डे इट वाज हार्डली 3,000 क्यूसिक्स। तो ये इम्पेक्ट वो अभी भी कर सकता है 2 दिन से लेके अभी, जैसे हमारा दिसंबर जनवरी फरवरी आ रहा है तो उसमें वो हमारा चनाब के ऊपर 15 दिन तक भी पानी बंद कर सकता है। तो अब दे हैव द कैपेसिटी। ये कहना है कि वो कैपेसिटी नहीं है, अब ये देखना ये है कि जैसे आपने सर इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी की बात की, लेकिन हम बात करते हैं कि हमें मुल्क के अंदर क्या करना है, जो हमारे अपने हाथ में है हम वो करें ताकि जो है ना चीज़ों को मैनेज करें। हम तो अपने रिसोर्सेज को मैनेज नहीं कर रहे। मसलन हमने ये रिसेंट स्टडी कर ली है कि चनाब के ऊपर हमने एक डैम प्रपोज किया एट द लोकेशन ऑफ चन्योर डैम। सो दैट चन्योर डैम अगर हम उस पर बना लेंगे तो जो ही इंडिया रिलीज़ करेगा वी विल फिल इन आवर रेजर्वर, और जब वो अपना पानी रोकना शुरू करेगा यानी हमारे ऊपर वो शॉर्टेज ऑफ वाटर आएगी तो हम वो पानी रिलीज़ करके अपने कमांड एरिया को फीड कर सकते हैं। तो वो जो उसकी मैनिपुलेशन से बचने के लिए इमीडिएटली we need to have a dam, storage dam on Chenab river. उसके लिए हमने ऑलरेडी फिजिबिलिटी और डिटेल डिज़ाइन कर लिया है चन्योर डैम का, और वो हम इंशाल्लाह बाई 26 we are going to launch it for its implementation.
Sir, thank you so much.
Although its capacity is 1 million acre feet, लेकिन ये इंडियन मैनिपुलेशन को
थोड़ा काउंटर कर
कवर अप करने के लिए it will help us.
Sir, we'll move on this discussion to more on the legal aspect of the Indus Water Treaty. So इसमें मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा अहमद राफ़ी आलम को कि थोड़ा सा हमें बताएं कि हमारे पास जो ये इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी की अबेयंस के बाद क्या लीगल ऑप्शंस हैं कि हम अपने आप को प्रोटेक्ट कर सकें एज अ लोअर राइपेरियन, और जो हमारे हकूक़ हैं उसके लिए हम लड़ सकें।
देखिए, थैंक यू। सबसे पहले मैं कहना चाहूँगा अबेयंस से कोई अबेयंस का कोई कानूनी सतह नहीं है। इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी कराची में साइन हुआ था, फिर ये मुआहदे जो होते हैं ये ममालिक में जाकर रेटिफाई होते हैं, قانون سازی ہونی پڑتی. انڈس واٹر ٹریٹی پاکستان کے قانون کا حصہ بن چکا ہے, صرف فیلڈ مارشل خان صاحب کے سگنیچر سے نہیں. اور اسی طرح انڈس واٹر ٹریٹی جب نہرو صاحب نے سائن کیا تھا تو ہندوستانی پارلیمنٹ نے اس پہ قانون سازی کر کے اپنے قانون کا حصہ بنایا. نریندرا مودی کو کا کہنا کہ یہ اب ابینس میں ہے ڈز ناٹ ٹیک اوے فرام دا فیکٹ دیٹ انڈیا ہیز میڈ دس پارٹ آف اٹس لا. کہنے سے کوئی فرق نہیں پڑتا. مگر جو ہمارے حقوق ہیں اس معاہدے کے تحت وہ فرام 1960 آنورڈز دے ہیو چینجڈ. 1960 کے بعد جب یہ انڈس بیسن تقسیم ہو گیا تھا تو دہائی سے زیادہ ٹائم میں انڈس بیسن ڈیولپمنٹ ورکس چلے تھے. جہاں منگلا تربیلا ریپلیسمنٹ کنالز بنے تھے وہاں ورلڈ بینک کا ہاتھ تھا. ورلڈ بینک ڈسپرسمنٹ کرا تھا, ورلڈ بینک اوور سائٹ کرا تھا, ہندوستان پہ کنٹرول کرا تھا, ہندوستان میں بھی پیسے دینے تھے. جب یہ کنسٹرکشنز رک گئیں تو جو ٹریٹی کی پوزیشن ہے ویزاوی رائٹس وہ چینج ہو گئی. اب پاکستان میں ابینس ہو یا نہ ہو انڈر دا ٹریٹی جو ویسٹرن ریورز ہیں اس پہ ہمارے حق یہ ہیں کہ سب سے پہلے واٹر مسٹ فلو. انڈیا مسٹ الاؤ واٹر ٹو فلو. یہ سب سے پہلا ہے. ہمارا حق ہے کہ وہ ہمیں بتائیں کہ پانی کے فلوز کیا ہیں, اور اگر وہ ان دریاؤں پہ کوئی کنسٹرکشن کرنا چاہیں ہمیں پہلے بتانا چاہیے, اور جو کنسٹرکشن کرنا چاہیں وہ ٹریٹی کے تحت کریں. یہ بھی ہمارا حق بنتا ہے. جو ایسٹرن ریورز ہیں جیسے بتایا جا رہا تھا ان پہ تو ہم نے حق ہندوستان کو دے ہی دیے, اور انہوں نے پونگ ڈیم, بھاکڑا ڈیم اور تھین ڈیم بیاس, ستلج اور راوی پہ بنا دیے. لیکن اس سے ہٹ کے وہاں بھی ہمارا حق ہے کہ ڈیمز سے یا دریاؤں کے فلوز کی انفارمیشن وہ ہم تک پہنچائے. وی اسٹل ہیو اے رائٹ فار انفارمیشن. اور آخری کہ اگر کوئی ٹریٹی کی پروویژنز میں کوئی ڈس ایگریمنٹ ہو, ڈسپیوٹ ہو, ڈفرینس ہو تو پھر جو لیگل فورمز ہیں وہاں جانے کا ہمارا حق ہے. دیز آر لیگل رائٹس. سو واٹ از دیئر ٹو ڈیفینڈ از دین دا کویشچن. اب دیکھیں ویسٹرن ریورز پہ 4 انفراسٹرکچر ہیں. نیمو بزگو آن دی انڈس اپ ان لداخ, وہ چھوٹا سا 45 میگا واٹ رن آف دا ریور ہے. ادھر سندھو بھی ایک چھوٹا سا دریا ہے ادھر. اس کو روکنے چلانے سے پاکستان کو کوئی فرق نہیں پڑے گا. نہ وہ کچھ خاص پانی روک سکتے ہیں, نہ وہ کچھ خاص چلا سکتے ہیں. اٹس اے ویری اسمال ڈیم. آن دا جیلم یو ہیو کشن گنگا وچ از اے رن آف دا ریور ڈیم. رن آف دا ریور سے بجلی بنتی ہے. اگر آپ پانی روکیں گے تو رن آف دا ریور ڈیم نہیں چلے گا, بجلی نہیں چلے گی, ان کے لوگوں کو نقصان ہوگا. چناب پہ سلال ڈیم ہے اور باغلیار ڈیم ہے. سلال ڈیم 87 میں کمیشن ہوا. اس کا ڈیزائن جو تھا دیٹ واز اگریڈ ود پاکستان. اٹ واز کمیشن ان 1987. پاکستان اگریڈ ود دا ڈیزائن. اور میری خبر کے مطابق سر وہ 300,000 ایکر فیٹ اب جو اتنا سلٹ اپ ہو گیا بیکاز آف دا چناب سلٹیشن, وہ دے ڈونٹ ہیو دیٹ کیپیسٹی ٹو ہارم اس ون وے اور دی ادر. تو ویسٹرن ریورز پہ انلیس دیر از ایڈیشنل انفراسٹرکچر کنسٹرکٹیڈ, دا پریزنٹ انفراسٹرکچر ڈزنٹ ہیو مچ امپیکٹ. اگر وہ روک کے سلال اور باغلیار کو روک کے کوآرڈینیٹڈ فلڈنگ کریں تو وہاں بھی 70-80 کلومیٹر ہندوستانی علاقہ ہے وچ ول بی فلڈڈ. دے ول بی ڈیمیج اوور دیئر. اینڈ آن دا ایسٹرن ریورز دیکھیں ایسٹرن ریورز کے فلوز وغیرہ جب یہ اگست میں بارشیں ہو رہی تھیں, آئی واز آن دی انٹرنیٹ, آئی ڈاؤن لوڈیڈ اے VPN. سوشل میڈیا سے مجھے پتہ چل رہا تھا کہ کنٹرول فلو کتنا ہے, بارشیں کتنی ہو رہی ہیں, نیوز سے پتہ چل رہی تھی. اب دیکھیں اپریل میں جب رفائل جیٹس ادھر حملہ کرے تھے ہماری ایئر فورس نے ہاتھ اوپر کر دیے تھے, انہوں نے جگاڑ نکالا تھا نا. اگین ایز چیما صاحب سیڈ یوز ٹیکنالوجی. You can find out what the dam flows are, you can find out what the reservoir amounts are, you can find out what the escapages are, you can find out how much it's raining. Met department کا ڈیٹا وہاں موجود ہے. It's not beyond the realm of the impossible. کہنے کا مقصد یہ ہے کہ اس وقت جو انڈس واٹر ٹریٹی چل رہی ہے it is almost obsolete. It is almost unnecessary. There's nothing you can do save for India deciding to build large infrastructure on the western rivers جس میں ان کو 15-20 سال لگیں گے. ٹھیک ہے, اور وہ بھی کس کام کے لیے؟ آپ کیا کہتے ہیں جیلم پہ اپ اسٹریم ایک اسٹوریج ڈیم بنائیں گے. For what? You'll spend $15 billion to irrigate what? Nothing. So, and it'll take them 15, and if India were to do that, it triggers a whole bunch of other international law, which gives Pakistan the ability to take action. Pakistan will be able to step back from the Indus Water Treaty. Pakistan will be able to take India to the International Court of Arbitration. دیکھیں اگر پانی کے نظام کو یا ایگریکلچر یا فوڈ سپلائز پہ آپ اٹیک کرتے ہیں, that is a war crime. So it gives Pakistan many then other avenues what to do. So I don't think our rights are very affected by the treaty, and that is a reflection of how obsolete the treaty has become in this day of climate change and technology, which is why we need to rethink how we do transboundary water arrangements in the age of the climate crisis.
Yes. Thank you so much, Rafi. The best part is that you have really cut down the narrative. आपने ना सिर्फ both sides of the border के जो narrative है of आबी जारी है उसको थोड़ा cut down किया, because हमें एक realistic assessment मिली है कि क्या actually हो सकता है और हम उससे किस तरह से deal कर सकते हैं. जो पानी अगर लेट से हमारी जो रिवर्स हैं हमने इस बात को फॉर ग्रांटेड ले लिया है कि अब उसमें पानी नहीं आएगा, और उसके ऊपर हमने इंक्रोचमेंट्स कर ली हैं, उसमें फ्लड प्लेन के अंदर रहना शुरू कर दिए, हाउसिंग स्कीम्स बना दी हैं. ये हमारी गलतियां हैं, और ऑफ कोर्स उसके ऊपर हम अगर अपने नेबर को, हॉस्टाइल नेबर को कसूरवार ठहराएं तो वो भी गलत होगा. तो एक इसी से लिंक्ड सवाल है डॉक्टर आसिया से कि अभी हम ये डिस्कशन कर रहे थे कि अच्छा अभी तो फ़ौरन कुछ नहीं हो सकता, लेकिन फ्यूचर में हो सकता है कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट हो ऑन दीज रिवर्स, हमारी जो वेस्टर्न रिवर्स हैं, जिस तरह वो क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि हम ये करेंगे प्लान, और उसके ऊपर हमारे पास जाहिर है कि वी वुड नीड अदर टूल्स इन आवर आर्सनल, नॉट जस्ट काइनेटिक एक्शन परहैप्स, जो कि शायद बड़ा आसान लगता है लेकिन एक्चुअली असल में करना बहुत मुश्किल है, और उसकी बहुत सारी और किस्म की कॉस्ट भी हैं. तो हमारी जो डिप्लोमेसी है इस फ्रंट के ऊपर, नॉट ओनली विद द नेबर बट ऑन द इंटरनेशनल लेवल, उसके ऊपर हम किस तरह से इसको मैनेज कर सकते हैं इफेक्टिवली या प्रीएम्प्ट कर सकते हैं.
Thank you so much and thank you so much Minhaj University for giving me chance to come here and discuss this issue. There are 2-3 things in this questions. Pakistan's diplomacy, what I see, it should be showing strategic patience and responsible statecraft. That is one suggestion for Pakistan as far as diplomacy is concerned. And second, Pakistan must pursue geo-economic pivot and multilateralism. That is something required from Pakistan. As far as water is concerned, diplomacy on water is concerned, we are discussing why this treaty is put in abeyance. So all international groups that are related to hydrology, hydrological engineering, what they are discussing, they are just coining one very important point, that is this abeyance is actually a tactic, that is conflict as a negotiation tactic. You see, they are using this tactic. And why they are using this tactic, before I discuss this, it is important to understand what is conflict as negotiation tactic. The term conflict as a negotiation tactic describes a situation where a party uses high tension action and conflict rhetoric, not as an end goal of war, but as a deliberate and coercive strategy to gain leverage and force the adversary back to the negotiating table and ask for more favorable term. I mean, everyone is discussing IWT, that it is now redundant. And we are discussing that it is not going to impact Pakistan, whether it is in abeyance. We are discussing at this forum. But then what's the purpose of putting this treaty in abeyance? Actually, they are terrorizing Pakistan to come to negotiation table and rewrite this treaty on the terms where India will get more benefits. This is what internationally people are discussing, this entire situation. So this is time for us to do our proper homework. So Pakistan is required to engage in strategic patience. There is no need to go in any hurry and no need to give any extraordinary concessions to Pakistan. And Pakistan must use its strategic location to attract more economy, attract more trade, and just strengthen its position. And then Pakistan must choose all multilateral forums, and it must use soft balancing. Soft balancing, Pakistan must use every opportunity where Pakistan can highlight Kashmir issue and water issue associated with other issues between India and Pakistan, and it should complete its proper homework. What to do, what is in favor of Pakistan. Everyone should sit together, the policymakers, hydrological engineers, and the all stakeholders. So they must complete their homework, because everyone is saying that August 2025 flood has actually proven this fact, that India has alerted us. You know, there is informal, sharing of data, sharing of information, and then it is also said that we cannot stop waters. How can we stop waters that are flowing from last 3,500 years? That have reared the generations, the civilizations. How can we just stop these waters? This is not possible naturally. This is not possible practically. So it means there must be some purpose why they are doing it. They're doing it just to terrorize Pakistan and to bring it back on the negotiation table and make Pakistan just sign down all the conditions that are favorable to India. So this is time to homework. Number one, on policy front. Number two, on practical front. On practical front, then one thing is water management. Water management requires expert engineering. That's not impossible thing. We are having all sort of, facilities to collect data, to oversee and to predict things. And then if we are having all that facilities, then why we are not working? We have to work. And secondly, domestic water management, then bilateral issues, and then framing water on international forums. That's also very, very important. Framing water as threat to climate. This is also very, very important. And I believe water issues, it's not just with India and Pakistan. ये सिर्फ पाकिस्तान और हिंदुस्तान की बात नहीं, दूसरी जंग अज़ीम के बाद बहुत सारी रिसोर्सेज जो हैं वो डिवाइड हुए हैं, और बहुत सारे रिसोर्सेज में पानी सबसे बड़ा रिसोर्स है, और बहुत सारे कंट्रीज़ ने इसको रिजॉल्व किया है, और कुछ क्लासिक केस में इंडस वाटर आता है, और उस क्लासिक के केस में इस तरह से कि दो हॉस्टाइल कंट्रीज़ के अंदर एक दरिया जो है वो डिवाइड हुआ है, एंड वन कंट्री इज स्टैंडिंग ऑन हाफ शेयर्ड वाटर बेड. That's a tragedy of Pakistan. So since 1947, the situation is asking us to go for very smart water management strategies that we are not doing. So no law, no concession can do any good unless or until we are sharp enough, we are efficient enough to manage water. I believe in that. And why India is using this tactic, I have told you, because all international forums, hydrological engineering forums, they are discussing this tactic in this way. So we should discuss it and view it this way, कि why India is terrorizing us. It is terrorizing us to bring us back on the table with a quite frightened heart, so that we sign down whatever India is demanding us. So this is something I believe that India is doing, and this is what I believe we should do in response to India's water terrorism.
Thank you. I just have a follow-up question again from you. You mentioned strategic patience हमें practice करनी चाहिए और soft balancing करनी चाहिए. Soft balancing के अंदर basically highlight the plight of Kashmir,
yes,
along with the Indus Water Treaty challenges that we're facing.
Yes.
और क्या इसके अंदर यानी the fact कि कश्मीर से ही जुड़ा हुआ है हमारा पानी, the catchment of Jhelum and Chenab lies in the occupied Kashmir. तो उसको किस तरीके से हमें link up करना चाहिए in the international forums?
Well, India has actually, it has Article 370. India has annulled this, and India wants Pakistan to accept this situation as it is. It wants Pakistan to accept the new position of India, August 2019, post August 9, 2019. So, and it is asking Pakistan to ensure that there will be no terrorism, and Kashmir's position, as per India has decided after the annulment of Article 370. This is the core thing that India wants Pakistan to accept. And now the Pakistan's position, Pakistan is not accepting this situation, and for Pakistan it is core issue because Kashmir is not just Kashmir, waters are associated with Kashmir.
Absolutely.
So this is the deadlock.
Yeah.
Here comes the deadlock. But in this deadlock there's a third line, that is the legality of the issue. Legality of the issue on waters, legality of the issues on Kashmir. This is the third very important thing. Here is the gap for Pakistan to work on diplomatic forums, foreign policy forum, and on international forums. So this situation asks for very expert, well thought of diplomacy and well thought of policies, and lots of research work, lots of opinions to shape public opinion in Pakistan and around the world.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Briefly to Dr. Sahiba's point. Sure. The first time Narendra Modi said blood and water can't flow was in the summer of 2017. uri में अटैक हुआ था और हिंदुस्तान ने 2 लड़के पकड़े, उन्होंने कहा ये पाकिस्तानी, इन्होंने हमला किया है. और मोदी साहब ने, मुझे याद है, भटिंडा में स्पीच की थी कि पाकिस्तान को पानी नहीं देंगे. अब भटिंडा, यू आर स्टैंडिंग ऑन द ईस्टर्न रिवर्स, वो पानी वैसे ही आपका. मैं इधर सर पकड़ा कि ये कह क्या रहा है और क्यों कह रहा है,
पहले नहीं दे रहे आप.
ही वॉज रनिंग अ कैंपेन, वहाँ कांग्रेस के साथ एक इलेक्शन लड़ा जा रहा था जहाँ बीजेपी हार रही थी. अभी भी बिहार में इस साल इलेक्शन होगा.
You're ready for that. So moving on to Dr. Farhat, I have an interesting perspective on when earlier in April, जब हमें नज़र आ रहा था कि अच्छा ये मोदी साहब का जो एग्रेशन है, जो उनकी पॉलिटिकल फ्रस्ट्रेशंस हैं, वो इंटरनेशनल फोरम पे निकल रही हैं और पाकिस्तान के ऊपर उनका नज़ला गिर रहा है. तो हमने उस वक्त जो पिक्चर थी, एटलीस्ट ऑन द इंटरनेशनल फोरम में लग रहा था कि दे आर taking benefit of the geopolitical situation which is skewed in their favor. तो जो अब न्यू फाउंड एक हमें ब्रीदिंग स्पेस मिल रही है, जो नज़र आ रही है इस वक्त, इसको देख के, इसके नज़रिए में हम अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक स्ट्रैटेजी को कैसे शेप कर सकते हैं ऑन दिस इशू?
Thank you so much. First of all, Minhaj University, it's always an honor to sit down amongst the students. मुझे सबसे ज़्यादा मज़ा जो है बात करके आता है स्टूडेंट के साथ और डायरेक्टली उनके साथ इंटरेक्शन करके. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दिस क्वेश्चन. बड़ा आई वाज लिस्टिंग टू ऑल द पैनलिस्ट हु आर शेयरिंग देयर इनसाइट ऑन हाउ व्हाट इज़ हैपनिंग एंड हाउ वी आर बिल्डिंग अप. पहला जो एक तो ये कहना चाहूँगी कि जब हम पॉलिटिशियंस की बात करते हैं, इंडिया मोदी की बात हुई, पाकिस्तान में भी उसी तरह के पॉलिटिशियंस हैं जो समटाइम्स जो वाटर है उसको पोलिटिसाइज़ कर लेते हैं. आपने देखा होगा कि मोदी ने जब ये स्टेटमेंट दी, हमारी तरफ से भी कुछ स्टेटमेंट इस तरह आई कि खून की लहरें और वाटर और खून कर देंगे वगैरह वगैरह. तो जब ये पोलिटिसाइजेशन होती है इस तरह के इम्पॉर्टेंट इश्यूज़ के ऊपर, स्पेशली वाटर जो कि आपकी लाइफ लाइन है और गुज़रती है आपके दिलों से और आपके घरों से, तो वो हम फिर जो इश्यूज़ होते हैं उसकी तरफ से हमारा ध्यान भी हट जाता है. वो शायद वोट्स की तरफ ज़्यादा होता है बनिस्बत ये कि आप उन इश्यूज़ को एड्रेस करें. एंड जब आप नॉन ट्रेडिशनल सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट्स की बात करते हैं और आप इस तरह कॉन्वर्सेशंस की बात करते हैं तो बड़ी एहतियात की भी ज़रूरत होती है और बात जो है वो आप ऐसे फोरम्स पे इस तरह से कीजिए ताकि वो बेहतर हो. तो दोनों तरफ से आग जो है ना दोनों तरफ से लगती है पॉलिटिशियंस की. जहाँ तक डिप्लोमेसी की बात है, और अभी पिछले दिनों जो अप्रैल में जो कुछ हुआ और इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को अबायंस वगैरह वगैरह, तो बिल्डिंग ऑन व्हाट राफे इज़ ऑल्सो सेइंग कि ये ट्रीटीज़ को इस तरह से नहीं होता है एकदम से आप बटन लगाएं और बंद हो गया और नहीं चलेगा वगैरह. ये प्रॉपर एक मैकेनिज़्म के थ्रू आपकी सारी चीज़ें बनती हैं. तो ओवर द टाइम पीरियड व्हाट आई विटनेसिंग इज़ दैट कि अप्रैल के जब ये सब कुछ हुआ तो आप देखेंगे कि जो हमारा कॉन्वर्सेशंस और वाटर के ऊपर जो चीज़ें चली, पाकिस्तान ने ग्लोबली जो है ना इसको इंटरनेशनल फोरम्स पे लेके गए हैं, बात की है. तो डिप्लोमेसी जहाँ तक हमारे जो पार्टनर्स हैं, अगर आप जो इंडस के ऊपर देखें, जो फ्लड्स हैं या क्लाइमेट चेंज की, दोनों तरफ से पाकिस्तान को भी उतने ही थ्रेट्स हैं जितने कि इंडिया को हैं. आपने देखा होगा अभी रिसेंटली बड़ा एक फिनोमेना आया है कि क्लाउड ब्रस्ट होता है
ایک دم سے کہیں سے بارش آئے گی اور وہ آپ کو اتنے زوردار طریقے سے فلڈز ہیں کہ یو ناٹ ہیو اینی چانس آف ڈوئنگ دس. اٹ ہیپن ان پاکستان اور آپ نے انڈیا میں بھی اسی طرح کی آپ نے دیکھی ہوگی. سو کلائمیٹ کی کوئی بارڈر نہیں ہے, کوئی اس کو کوئی جو ہم امپیکٹ کلائمیٹ پہ جا رہے ہیں وہ ہم ضروری نہیں کہ دونوں, یعنی اس کا کوئی جغرافیکلی آپ دیکھیے کہ ہم سیم ہیں, ہم نے کوئی الگ سے اس کو مطلب الگ کوئی بارڈر نہیں ہے کلائمیٹ کا, رائٹ. تو ڈپلومیسی, اور اس کے علاوہ ایک اور جو پوائنٹ بڑا امپورٹنٹ ہے اور میرے خیال سے شاید اوور لک کر رہے ہیں, وہ یہ کہ چائنا نے بھی ریسنٹلی ایک ڈیم بنایا ہے اور اس کی کافی زیادہ جو ہے وہ انڈیا میں شور بہت مچا ہوا ہے. انہوں نے کہا کہ اچھا یہ کیا بنا دیا. تو امیجن کہ جب آپ ہائی ریپیرین, لو ریپیرین اینڈ دین لو ریپیرین ہے, تو آپ پاکستان کے پاس ایک بڑا اچھا چانس ہے کہ وہ ریجنلی ود دا سپورٹ فرام چائنا, بنگلہ دیش, then bringing in India, that you're also facing the similar kind of challenges, you can bring that on.
بالکل بالکل.
تو ڈپلومیسی اس طرح سے یہ ایک انیشیٹیوز جو آپ لیے جا سکتے ہیں, بات کی جا سکتی ہے آف کورس, اور کانورسیشنز انڈیا کی طرف سے ہیں تو آپ ایک فلپ کر سکتے ہیں. اٹ آل ڈپینڈس کہ ہاؤ اویئر یو آر اینڈ ہاؤ نالجبل دیٹ یور نیگوشیٹرز, پیپل ہو آر نیگوشیٹنگ ایٹ سچ ہائی لیولس, آپ کس طرح سے ان کو فلپ کرتے ہیں چیزوں کو. اور اب ہم یہاں کریمیا میں بیٹھے, میرے خیال سے وائس چانسلر صاحب کو ایک سجیشن یہ بھی ہوگی کہ جو اسٹوڈنٹس ہیں یا فیکلٹی ممبرس ہیں, پریپیئر دیم فار نیگوشیٹنگ آن واٹر, بیکاز گلوبلی جب آپ کو ایکسپرٹس تو کچھ عرصے تک ہم یہاں ہوں گے, لیکن بہت سارے ینگ لوگوں کو تیار کریں فار نیگوشیٹنگ آن واٹر ایشوز پاکستان میں, نہ صرف ریجنلی بلکہ گلوبلی بھی. کیونکہ جب تک نالج نہیں ہوگا, آپ کو معلوم نہیں ہوگا کہ آپ نے کیسے اگلے سے نیگوشیٹ بیٹر طریقے سے کرنا ہے. آپ کی نیگوشیشنز آپ سم ٹائمز کہیں نہ کہیں لیوریج لے جاتے ہیں, because you are not able to project your position as much knowledgeable as you need to do. So میرے خیال سے اس طرح کا جو انسٹیٹیوشنز ہیں ان کی بہت رول ہے کہ ڈپلومیسی بھی جب آپ ملٹی لیٹرل لیول پہ جاتے ہیں یا بائی لیٹرل پہ آپ نیگوشیٹ کرتے ہیں, you need a lot of experts. What I'm witnessing and a lot of conversations happening in diplomatic circles that are moving around is that we have less number of water experts or water related issues کے اوپر جو لوگوں نے کام کیا ہے, bring that on into skills for negotiation. I think that this is a practical manifestation of how you bring that. And then engaging your partners, of course, national level پہ بھی, regional level پہ بھی, and then global scale پہ آپ کر تو رہے ہیں, لیکن you need to have a solid manpower that can, build that. And of course, studying the, all the developments that are happening, how you flip those conversations and building your narrative. That is very important.
And you see let's say, post this conflict, the situation that seems to be changing, اور تھوڑا سا fortunes جو ہیں وہ پاکستان کی طرف شائن کر رہے ہیں. You see that as an opportunity for Pakistan to really make a change?
Exactly. دیکھیے ابھی جو ایک پوری لہر آئی ہے, آپ نے پورا سال دیکھا ہوگا پاکستان کی فارن پالیسی انگیجمنٹس گلف میں, چائنا اینڈ دین US, your position has strengthened. You had made a flip of your image as global scale. So using that image or continuously جو ایک لہر ایک بنی ہے status, why not you build those statuses and align the regional countries? For example, ہم جو اس طرف ایشین جو رم اسٹیٹس ہیں, جو آسیان ریجن میں جو کنٹریز ہیں, ان کے ساتھ کیسے انگیجمنٹ کر کے اور ان سے لرننگ کیسے کریں. تو یہ ایک ایسی میرا خیال ہے کہ ہم تھوڑا سا وہ ہے اسٹیٹس تو بڑھ رہا ہے. وٹ آئی آلویز بلیو از ڈپلومیسی از ناٹ جسٹ فار دا فارن آفس اینڈ جسٹ ناٹ اونلی فار دا اسٹیٹ ٹو لک ایٹ. What I also believe is that diplomacy is what the institutions like yours is doing. For example, contributing in a meaningful way, that how you are engaging with the regional partners. For example, in ASEAN, بہت ساری جو countries ہیں آپ نے دیکھا ہوگا وہ sea ocean related چیزوں پہ بہت کام کر رہے ہیں, and they're also having the association of regional rim countries, for example. So what you can do is that build on that. And تھوڑی سی نظر کہیں اور تو ہے, لیکن ہم جو ہے وہ ان کنٹریز کو بالکل اگنور نہ کریں, ان کے ساتھ انگیجمنٹ اگر کریں تو میرا خیال ہے بہت اچھا ہو جائے گا.
And so basically focus on not only the international fora but also regional partners. Engage with China and sort of ابھی وکٹر گاؤ صاحب نے بھی کچھ اسی طرح کی اسٹیٹمنٹس ایشو کی تھی that these issues that India as an upper riparian is doing with Pakistan that can simply play back through China. اس کو پے
Yes,
بیک
it is happening right now. کیونکہ دیکھیں اگر آپ وہ جو انہوں نے ابھی ریسنٹلی جو ڈیم بنا ہے سوری that dam is actually creating a lot of challenges for the lower riparian states including India, Bangladesh اور regional countries. But انہوں نے مینیج کیا ہے. آپ نے دیکھا ہے کہ وہاں conversations شروع ہو گئی ہوئی ہیں related to this. Dialogue is existing. Dialogue channel وہ change نہیں ہوا because of the how the Chinese foreign policy and engagement looks like with the regional countries. So if that can happen, how they don't do it with Pakistan, right?
Thank you so much, Dr. Farid. We have with us Engineer Fakhir Raza from PCRWR. I have, so basically a lot of discussion has been around what challenges we are facing because India pani rok dega, پانی ہمارا کم ہو جائے گا. دیر از اے لاٹ آف نمبرز دیٹ آلویز فلو اراؤنڈ کہ جی پاکستان از بیکمنگ مور واٹر اسٹریسڈ, واٹر انسیکیور تو ہے ہی. سو ہاؤ ڈو یو سی دیر گیو اے لاٹ آف ورک آن گراؤنڈ واٹر, ہاؤ ڈو یو سی آر پوٹینشیل ٹو not only make the existing water use more efficient, but also use groundwater as a resource, not only, I mean, to recharge that, to replenish that, not to, let's say, let it deplete. How do you see groundwater as, let's say, groundwater aquifer in this perspective?
That's all. Thank you very much. And thank you organizers for organizing this beautiful event. Actually, it was very beneficial that we could hear too many experts since morning. I have learned a lot, actually. So, coming to your question, Dr. Saab, دیکھیں ہمارے جو واٹر سٹریس کی آپ نے بات کی ہے, اگر ہم بات کریں کہ فرام انڈیپینڈنس ان 1940s اس سے لے کے ابھی تک ہمارے جو واٹر اویلیبلٹی کا پر کیپیٹا اسٹیٹس ہے, وی اسٹارٹیڈ ود 5000 پر کیپیٹا اور ٹوڈے وی آر ایون ہیونگ لیس دین 1000. تو اگر اسٹریس کو آپ کسی انڈائسس پہ جب آپ گریڈ کرتے ہیں تو واٹر اسکیئرسٹی کے بھی اس طرح انڈیکس موجود ہیں. تو ان انڈائسز پہ آپ جب 1000 کی لائن کو ٹچ کرتے ہیں تو دیٹ از ایکچولی واٹر اسکیئرسٹی لائن, اور انفارچونیٹلی وی آر لیس دین 1000, تو وی آر ہیڈنگ ٹورڈز ایبسلوٹ واٹر اسکیئرسٹی. سو دا تھنگ از وریسم ریگارڈنگ اسکیئرسٹی, بٹ خوشائند بات اس میں یہ ہے کہ فارچونیٹلی وی ہیو واٹر اویلیبل which we need to manage. Like یہ بڑی مناسب ٹائم پہ کانفرنس ہو رہی ہے. We were just hit by one of the worst floods couple of months back. So that was a resource, that was an opportunity to harness. If we couldn't harness it for our beneficial purposes, میرے والد صاحب ہمیں بچپن میں جب ہم کوئی کام نہیں کرتے تھے تو پھر وہ کہتے تھے کوئی آسمان سے آئے گا, تو پانی ایکچولی آسمان سے ہی آئے گا, وچ وی ہیڈ ٹو مینیج,
نہیں کر سکے,
اور ہمیں وہ مینیج کرنا آنا چاہیے. اور ود پیسج آف ٹائم ود دس کلائمیٹ افیکٹ آفٹر ہٹنگ دس 3C کانسیپٹ, کانفلکٹس, کووڈ اینڈ کلائمیٹ چینج آل ٹوگیدر, تو اب ہمیں یہ کرنا ہی ہوگا ایٹ اینی کاسٹ, اور یہ آسمان سے ہی آئے گا اور کلائمیٹ چینج کے بعد زیادہ آئے گا. بیکاز ود ایوری ڈگری آف رائزنگ ٹیمپریچر, ود ایوری ڈگری سیلسیس, مور واٹر ول ایویپوریٹ. جو ہمارے اسٹوڈنٹس واٹر سائیکل پڑھتے ہیں, واٹر سائیکل سمجھتے ہیں, ان کو پتہ ہے کہ زیادہ جب ایویپوریشن ہوگی تو اٹ ول اکامولیٹ ان اسکائی اینڈ اٹ ول کم بیک ٹو اس. یہی صورتحال ہوں گی اور اس سے ورسٹ ہوں گی, اور وی نیڈ ٹو کلاؤڈ برسٹ گلووس. سو دیز آر ایگزامپلس. آن ادر سائڈ ہمارے دیکھیں پاکستان کا جو ہے نا وہ ہم جیوگرافیکلی بھی وی آر ویری مچ ڈائیورس, اسٹارٹنگ ود ہمالیاز, گوئنگ تھرو ڈیزرٹس اینڈ پلینس, اینڈنگ اپ عریبین سی. تو یہ بہت جیوگرافیکلی بھی ہم ڈائیورس جو ہے وہ کنٹری ہیں. ہمیں ون سائز ڈزنٹ فٹ آل والے مینجمنٹ چاہیے بھی نہیں, اور وہ پاسبل بھی نہیں, کیونکہ ऑन वन साइड मैडम ने जैसे मेंशन किया क्लाउड ब्रस्ट और ग्लोव्स हो रहे हैं, ऑन अदर साइड सी वाटर इंट्रूजन हो रहा है।
बहुत ज़्यादा हेट्रोजेनिटी एग्जिस्ट करती है विद इन पाकिस्तान।
एग्जैक्टली और प्लेन्स हैज़ डिफरेंट जो है वो डायनामिक्स, डेजर्ट्स हैव डिफरेंट
जो
डायनामिक्स।
लसबेला के मसले हैं वो खुशदार के
वो
नहीं
चोलिस्तान के नहीं हैं,
चोलिस्तान के नहीं
थर के
हैं,
नहीं हैं,
चोलिस्तान के हैं वो हुंजा के नहीं हैं,
Exactly.
हुंजा के हैं DI खान के नहीं हैं,
Exactly.
बहुत फ़र्क है।
And then comes quantity and quality both. So for drinking, not only quality is important, not only quantity is important, quality is important as well. In Lahore, we are losing more than 1 feet every day. Every year, it's water going down. So depletion is already there. You mentioned groundwater usage. Groundwater is a resource, but it's just like my bank account. If I am not going to deposit, then how I can withdraw? With passage of time, aquifer has been recharged through seepage from rivers, our water channels, fields. PCRWR has conducted a study that which resources have contributed to replenishment of this aquifer. But if we are not going to deposit in our bank account, we cannot actually draw as well. So today we have to think about that. This is also part of that management which you were referring to earlier. और fortunately ये वो उस तरह का resource है कि on surface waters climate change can hit, transboundary waters, transboundary issues can manipulate it somehow. लेकिन ये जो हमारा resource है ये हमारे लिए है और nobody can snatch it from us. I mean वाटर सरफेस वाटर फ्लो जिस तरह करता है इसी तरीके से ग्राउंड वाटर आल्सो फ्लोज। सो इसको इंडिया कैन नॉट स्टॉप बाय कटिंग एक्विफर्स और समथिंग लाइक दैट।
ना बॉर्डर पे क्लाइमेट चेंज यानी
रोका जा सकता है,
हवा रोकी जा सकती है, ना
ग्राउंड वाटर को रोका
जा सकता है, ना ग्राउंड वाटर रोका जा सकता है, ना सरफेस वाटर ना ग्राउंड वाटर, राइट।
बिल्कुल।
सो इसी से रिलेटेड एक सवाल है हमारे साथ इंजीनियर मिर्ज़ा मोहम्मद सरवर बेग साहब हैं। सो सर आपसे ये सवाल आपका ताल्लुक़ वापडा से है। तो अभी शाहिद साहब भी बड़ी ज़बरदस्त बात बता रहे थे कि जो हाइड्रोलॉजिकल हमारे चैलेंजेस हैं उसके ऊपर हम किस तरह के चैलेंजेस फेस कर रहे हैं। वापडा के कोई ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं जो अभी अंडर डेवलपमेंट हैं इस वक्त या फ्यूचर में आने वाले हैं? जिस तरह अभी शाहिद साहब चिन्योट डैम की बात कर रहे थे, कोई ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स जो कि जिस तरह की फ्लडिंग हमने 2022 में देखी या 2025 में देखी है, उन इलाकों में हम कोई बेहतरी एक्सपेक्ट करें बिकॉज ऑफ दोज स्ट्रक्चर्स, या जो हमारे पर्टिकुलरली डेल्टा के एरियाज़ हैं उन एरियाज़ के लिए कुछ बेहतरी हो सके? जिस तरह सिंध बराज का प्रोजेक्ट था जो वापडा ने बड़े अच्छे तरीके से इनिशिएट किया, उसके बारे में सर हमें थोड़ा सा बताएं।
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Before I delve into the technical details of my answer, I want to congratulate Minhaj University for holding this very, very important seminar, because we are essentially made up of water. And if you don't know what is the importance of water, I don't think we would be able to survive in this world. My compliments to our seniors for presenting here so well. And my special thanks to the students for so attentively and so quietly absorbing all this technical discussion. I think you guys deserve a hand. We have all been talking about different issues that have been very rightly and potently highlighted by all the seniors. And I do have the honor for sharing this stage with such seniors like Tahir Bashara Cheema Sahab and Shahid Hamid Sahab and all the other experts in their fields. Whenever there are issues, there is an opportunity. This flood of 2025 has shown us that there is an immense opportunity in developing the resources of Chenab, Ravi, and Satluj. The previous floods have also shown us that there is a huge potential, because we do have two stances of how to go about it. Either we can be worried that these are all the issues, or we can find out the opportunities and capitalize on that and be ready for what our neighbor or the nature has to offer us. And we can catch that. China is a great example of that. The their whole progress hinges on the construction of 24,000 Three Gorges Dam. Now similar thing is happening with the Inga Dam, which is going to be like 40,000 megawatt project in Africa. Likewise, from WAPDA, we have a lot of good news. In recent past, we have developed a lot of areas of our Pakistan. We have constructed Mirani Dam in Turbat, Sabakzai Dam in Zob, Satpara in Skardu, Gomozam Dam in North Waziristan Tribal District. We have raised Mangla Dam to cater the menace of siltation, and it is now the largest reservoir of Pakistan. Likewise, we have also done leaps and bounds in hydropower construction. Right now, WAPDA is constructing the Amir Basha Dam, which is our headliner project. It will not only increase the hydropower generation capacity of Pakistan by 4,500 megawatts or 18 billion units per year, it will also extend the life of Tarbela Dam by 35 years. Then we are constructing Mohammed Dam, which we saw in the floods of 2010 when Nushaira was inundated due to the ferocity of Swat River. Now it is going to control that ferocity and it will turn it into water for the whole country, water supply for Peshawar and Nushaira, and 800 megawatts of clean energy, which is going to cost us in paisas after its loan has been repaid. Then we are constructing Naigaj Dam in Sindh, which is going to provide resilience against the forces of nature and also control the floods, and it will also have a huge impact on the irrigation. We are going to start the construction of Nalong Dam in near future. Likewise, we are to cater for the siltation issue, we have raised the intakes of our power generating units, and we are constructing Tarbela 5th extension hydropower project on Tarbela, which is going to add about 1,530 megawatts. And then we are constructing Dasu hydropower project, which is in stage 1, it is going to add 2,160 megawatts, and same in the stage 2. Then specifically for the rivers that have been affected by the recent flooding, Chenab, Ravi and Satluj. In Chenab, as Sir Shahid Hamid has already informed the House, that we are going to start construction, inshallah, of Chinote Dam. And then we have a cascade of dams planned on Chenab River, that is right from the Marala Barrage. We have just downstream of it, we have Wazirabad, then we have Midrangah, and then there is another dam, Chinote. And if we talk about Satluj, we have identified a Hasilpur Barrage, and on River Ravi, Government of Punjab has a plan. I'm not sure when it will come about, but it is going to be 15-foot high dam, and it was essentially for the waterfront. But when you have a reservoir, it can absorb the impacts. In 2010, 2022, we are Tarbela and Mangla, along with Chashma, have absorbed like huge peaks of 6 lakh cusics and give us a working corridor so that we can avoid overlapping of flooding in 2 areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we all realize that we have a very worthy panel, and now I have a big challenge for all of you. The challenge is that I would like you to summarize your knowledge and experience within just 90 seconds of closing remarks. So if whatever you have already mentioned, just try to have those key takeaways based on your knowledge, based on the discussion that has already happened, as key takeaways for the audience. And I'm not sure who would draw the short straw, but it seems like Shahid Saab se मैं request करूँगा कि इसके ऊपर जी sir.
So I just want to share that most of the people talk why we need dams. We need dams or we don't need dams. Whether we need a larger dam or a small dams. So the very important is that the Allah has blessed Pakistan with small, medium, and large streams, and similarly we have amount of water according to their size. And we need both. We need small dams for localized, marginalized areas for their development, and we need large dams to feed our nation at national level. So we need both. I just analyzed that we have around 1,500 dams in Pakistan. You know, the 1,200 dams provide only storage capacity of 0.5 million acre feet, while 3 dams provide you around 15 million acre feet storage. So because we have a big nation and we have to feed the nation, we have to have water, food, energy security, so we have to work for small dams as well as large dams. So there is one more discussion in media that we don't need dams. So we have lot of water in groundwater, so we just tap it and use it, no need. So here it's very important to know why we need dams. So Pakistan have a hydrological cycle, like sometime in a year, in 1987, we have around 190 million acre feet water in a year, and in 2000 we have hardly 90 million acre feet. So there is a variation of flow in a year. So on average we have around 145 million acre feet. So if we have storages, so when we are in drought condition or we have a less flow in our rivers, we will use that stored water, and when we have surplus water, we should have a carryover storage capacity. We store that water in bigger reservoirs and use it. We should understand that in our system, the provision is there. The first right is the existing rights, the irrigation rights. Whenever if we have a storage, first we fulfill irrigation demand, and then we should start filling our reservoirs.
Sir.
The another question is that we can use groundwater storage. No, we don't need storages. So basically, when we have this water, in a year we have 80% water in around 100 days, from June to September, while 20% water in 265 days. So we need water storages to feed our system within a season and within a year. So in any case, we need small dams for localized use and large dam for national use. And regarding this groundwater storage, already we supplement groundwater to supplement our irrigation system, where there is a sweet water. But especially in Sindh, it's all saline water. So how you can use that water to provide it to the irrigation system? So we need storages to store water and use it when there is less flows in our system. We also need dams to act against the manipulation of Indian atrocities on waters. So dams are required.
Sir.
So I will request the audience, especially the young students, they should come up and they should propagate that, and they should try to understand more. And if you have questions, we will teach you, we will guide you, and come up to support this cause of building more dams for Pakistan.
Sir, thank you so much. Sir, I would now like to request, sir, please go ahead.
मैं थोड़ा सा अर्ज़ करूँ सर कि पाकिस्तान के 4-5 इश्यूज़ हैं, उसे हल करेंगे, वरना ना डैम बनेंगे, ना डैम चलेंगे और कोई चीज़ दुरुस्त भी नहीं होगी। पहली बात है जी प्रोफेशनलिज्म। हमारे यहाँ जो जनरलिस्ट है उसका कब्ज़ा है और इलीगल है श्योरली, जिसकी वजह से ये है कि
کوئی کام نہیں ہوتا. دوسری بات یہ ہے کہ میں ریفرنس دوں گا, ڈین وینگ نے ایک کتاب لکھی ہے, بریک نیک چائناز کویسٹ ٹو انجینئر دا فیوچر. وہ پڑھنا ہوگا. رکاوٹیں جو ہیں ہماری ڈیولپمنٹ میں وہ روکنی ہوں گی, اس پہ اب کسی کو اجازت نہیں دینی چاہیے کہ وہ اس سے رکاوٹ کرے. اس کے بعد مسئلہ یہ ہے جی کہ میں چھوٹی سی بات کرتا ہوں, اس سے آپ کو سب سمجھ آ جائے گی. پنجاب میں جو لینڈ کالونائزیشن ہوئی اس میں پہلا پروجیکٹ جو تھا وہ تھا 1892 میں, 1892. یہ اس وقت لائل پور جو شہر بنا اور اس کے ساتھ جو ہے کالونی ساری ساندل بار کی آئی. اس کالونی میں ذرا نوٹ کریں کہ جنہوں نے بنایا تھا انہوں نے یہ سوچا کہ اس کے مسائل بھی ہوں گے, تو ساتھ ہی کنسالیڈیشن کی ایک برانچ دے دی کہ آج اگر کسی کی, اس میں 3 قسم کی زمینیں دی گئی تھیں کہ اس میں جو آبادکار تھے انہیں 1 مربع دیا گیا تھا, سفید پوش کو 5 دیے گئے تھے, اور ذیلدار اگر ہیں تو انہیں 15 مربع دیے گئے تھے. تو انہیں یہ پتہ تھا کہ یہ 3 یا 4 پشتوں میں یہ فارغ ہو جائیں گے, اور سبسسٹنس لیول ڈکلیئر کیا گیا 12.5 ایکڑ, تو اس سے یہ نیچے چلے جائے گی تو یہاں کام ہی نہیں ہو سکتا. تو انہوں نے کیا کیا کہ کنسالیڈیشن کا محکمہ بنایا, اشتمال وہ آتے تھے اور جو زمینیں چھوٹی ہو گئی تھیں ان کو علیحدہ کرتے ہی نہیں تھے, انہیں اکٹھا بنا کے پھر سوسائٹیز, جو کوآپریٹیو سوسائٹیز ڈپارٹمنٹ آئے اور انہوں نے کہا کہ انہیں چلائیں گے. دیکھیں پنجاب میں اور خیبر پختونخوا میں اشتمال کی ضرورت ہے. جو کوآپریٹیو سوسائٹیز ڈپارٹمنٹ آئیں گے, جب وہ ڈپارٹمنٹ آئیں گے, سندھ تھوڑا سا فرق ہے کیونکہ فلڈ ایریگیشنز ہر جگہ پہ ہے. تو اگر آپ نے ڈرپ کی طرف جانا ہے یا اسپرنکلرز کی طرف جانا ہے, فروز میں آپ نے اپنی کراپس لگانی ہے, جو کچھ بھی ہے, تو اس کے لیے لینڈ ہولڈنگ زیادہ یا کوآپریٹیوز ہونے چاہیے, یعنی کہ ہر چیز درست ہونی چاہیے. اسی طرح جب ڈیمز کی بات آتی ہے, واٹر ریزروارز ایسے ہیں کہ کیونکہ پانی چاہیے تو ہو سکتا ہے بہت ساری چیزیں ہم قربان کر دیں, لیکن جسے رن آف دا ریور پروجیکٹ صرف بجلی کے لیے یہ بند ہو جانے چاہیے, اس کی اب ضرورت ہے ہی نہیں ہے, اس لیے کہ وہ ایکولوجیکل اتنا ڈیمیج ہے کہ کچھ پوچھیں نا. لیکن جب مر رہے ہوں, مرنے کی خاطر اگر ہمیں اپنا واٹر ریزروائر بنانا پڑتا ہے تو وہ تو بنانا پڑے گا, اس کے بغیر گزارا نہیں ہے. اور اسی طرح میں عرض کروں کہ جیسے کنٹروورشل ہو گیا کالا باغ, اس طرح کسی کو کنٹروورشل اب ہم نے ہونے نہیں دیا. اسی لیے میں نے ڈین وینگ کی کتاب جو ہے بریک نیک کا ذکر کیا, چائناز کویسٹ ٹو انجینئر دا فیوچر. اب اس میں اکھوڑی ایک سائٹ ہے جو اٹک اور جسے کہتے ہیں اسلام آباد کے درمیان میں ہے, 7 ملین ایکڑ فٹ جو ہے وہاں پانی اکٹھا کیا جا سکتا ہے, وہ کھڈا ہے. اچھا, آج کی اخبار کی جو ٹائٹل تھا ڈان میں, اس نے یہ کہا کہ ہمیں ساری اپنی ڈچز جو ہیں نا وہ پانی سے بھر لینی چاہیے جب بارشیں ہوں اور جب جسے کہتے ہیں ہائی واٹر ایئرز ہوں. تو وہ ڈچ کیا ہوتا ہے؟ کھڈا. تو وہ اللہ تعالیٰ نے ایک کھڈا دیا ہوا ہے 7 ملین ایکڑ فٹ کا, لیکن ہوگا کیا کہ پھر وہی لڑائی. تو لڑائی کو ختم کرنا پڑے گا. لیٹس انجینئر our future. That's the way to
So let's keep that as the headline takeaway from this discussion. Zabardast. So, sir, I'll request Ahmed Rafi Alam for his closing remarks.
Thank you. اگر میں اسٹوڈنٹ سے مخاطب ہوں تو میں کہوں گا جی سائنس جو ہے نا, ہمیں کہا جاتا ہے سائنس نیوٹرل ہے. سائنس از ناٹ نیوٹرل. سائنس is very political, and I impress upon you the need to be able to study well enough to be able to distinguish when science is being used as a handmaiden for power. 2018 میں PCRWR نے رپورٹ نکالی تھی کہ 2025 میں پاکستان واٹر سکیئرس ہو جائے گا. وہی دا اسٹیٹسٹک 5000 cubic meters per person at partition, 1000 at 2025. That report, I agree with it, the fact. The fact is correct, but, sir, misleading. And allow me to explain in the most respectful way. کہ 2018 میں یہ رپورٹ نکلی تو ہمارے پرائم منسٹر نے کہا تھا اس جیسی واٹر سکیرسٹی کی وجہ سے ہمیں ڈیم بنانا چاہیے, اور دیامر بادشاہ ڈیم پہ ڈیم فنڈ بھی بنا. ہمارے چیف جسٹس نے اس پہ پیسے ڈالنے کی بھی آرڈرز دیے, خود بھی کہا کہ میں ادھر جا کے بیٹھوں گا. اب 2025 میں while we sit through 4 different floods in Pakistan, Glacier Lake floods in Gilgit-Baltistan, outbursts in KPK, riverine flood in Punjab, and a slow rolling flood in Sindh. پانی تو بہت ہے, اور ہمارا پرائم منسٹر اٹھ کے, آج کے پرائم منسٹر اٹھ کے کہتے ہیں کہ جی ان صورتحال کے اندر ہمیں ڈیم بنانا چاہیے. So these statistics can be used and misused to support narratives that have political purpose and function. 225 million people on less than 1,000 cubic meters per person per year? Really? The National Water Policy of 2018 says 90% of the water resources in Pakistan go to agriculture. That means یہ جو 20, 22, 25 کروڑ عوام ہے نا, یہ 10% سے کم پانی استعمال کرتی ہے. 90% ذرائع میں جاتا ہے, اور اس ذرائع میں ہم کیا کرتے ہیں, جو بڑی فصلیں نکالتے ہیں, which take I'm sure a third to a half of that proportion of agricultural water. کپاس, چاول, چینی, گندم. کاٹن کی کتنی 2, 4, 5 ہزار فیکٹریاں ہوں گی. کاٹن ہم ایکسپورٹ کرتے ہیں. آل پاکستان ٹیکسٹائل ملز ایسوسیشن والے کروڑ پتی, ارب پتی ہیں. ایک شرٹ کاٹن بنانے کو آپ کو 3 سے 5 ہزار لیٹر پانی چاہیے ہوتا ہے. 1 کلو چاول نکالنے کے لیے آپ کو 2200 لیٹر پانی چاہیے ہوتا ہے. اور ہم زیادہ چاول ایکسپورٹ کرتے ہیں بنسبت کنزمپشن ان پاکستان. رائس ایکسپورٹرز ایسوسیشن آف پاکستان جو ناروال اور سیالکوٹ میں بیٹھا ہوا ہے, وہ پیسے کما کے کروڑ پتی, ارب پتی بنے ہوئے. شوگر ملیں, take 1700 liters of water to make a kilo of sugar. There are 100 odd sugar mills in Pakistan. ان کے صرف 45 مالک ہیں, اور ہنسی کی بات یہ ہے ہر مالک کی آپ تفصیل دیکھیں نا, نہ تو صرف وہ سیاسی پارٹی کے صدر ہیں, وہ یا وفاقی حکومت میں شامل ہیں. اب آپ کہہ رہے ہیں کہ 5000 کیوبک میٹر پر پرسن پر ایئر سے 1000 ہو گیا ہے. آپ ہمیں ڈراتے ہیں. اس کی بنیاد پہ ڈیم فنڈ بنتا ہے, ڈائمر بادشاہ ڈیم پہ تعمیر شروع ہو جاتی ہے. when the reality is most of the water in Pakistan is used by a handful of industrials to make billions of rupees. شوگر مل والوں نے اس سال کرنسی فلکچویشنز کے تحت اسی سال جون جولائی میں 3 مہینوں میں کوئی 300 ارب روپے کمایا, اور پھر ہمیں کہا جاتا ہے ہم بھوکے ننگے اور پیاسے ہیں. This is not right. This is misleading. They are lies. I believe Samuel Clemens once said they are lies, they are damned lies, and then they are statistics. And it is for you as students to be able to tell the difference between those three.
I am so grateful that you used up your remaining time to touch upon this really important point on how statistics can be misleading and how there is inequity and inequity in the water debate, and how it's really if you look down at the political economy of things, that really helps understand what's really happening. So I now request Dr. Asiya Mukhtar to please give us your takeaway statements.
Well, very interesting discussion is going on, and lots of statistics are being discussed. Well, I will say one very important thing. This nation is knowing that we are in the problem since Radcliffe Award. 14 اگست تو بعد میں آیا. ہمیں ریڈ کلف ایوارڈ سے پتہ ہے کہ ہمارے ساتھ واٹر سے ریلیٹڈ ایک ایشو بنے گا, اور وہ بن چکا ہے. تب سے اب تک پالیسی کے فرنٹ پہ, پالیسی ایگزیکیوشن کے فرنٹ پہ, مینجمنٹ کے فرنٹ پہ ہم نے جو کیا, اس کا اگر آپ کچھ بھی نہیں کر سکتے تو کمپیریٹیو انالیسس کر لیں. کل بھی ان کے پاس این ڈی گلہاٹی تھے, ہمارے پاس جی معین الدین تھے. کیا آج ہم نے اس فرق کو ختم کر لیا ہے؟ پہلی بات تو یہ ہے. دوسری بات یہ ہے کہ واٹر مینجمنٹ پہ آتے ہیں. وہاں پہ واٹر کنزرویشن کی جتنی کیمپینز چل رہی ہیں, پاکستان کی میڈیا نے ایک کیمپین چلائی ہے واٹر کنزرویشن پہ. تیسری چیز ایگریکلچر کی بات, جو کہ ہم 80% ہمارا ایگریکلچر جو ہے وہ انڈس کے پانی کے اوپر کھڑا ہوا ہے. تو اس ایگریکلچر سیکٹر کو ہم نے سائنٹیفک بنایا ہے. کتنی ہی ایسی فصلیں ہیں جو کم پانی سے اگائی جا سکتی ہیں اور دنیا میں اگائی جا رہی ہیں. کیا ہم نے اس کے اوپر ذرا سا بھی کام کیا, کوئی ریسرچ کی؟ اور اگر ریسرچ کو ایگزیکیوٹ کرنے لگتے ہیں تو وہ جو بیریئرز ہیں, ان بیریئرز کے اوپر ہم نے کتنا کام کر لیا؟ یہ بہت بڑے بنیادی سوال ہیں. یہ دیکھنا کہ کون سی منسٹری کہاں کھڑی ہے, کہاں اس نے کام غلط کیا ہے, کون سا بیوروکریٹ کہاں کھڑا ہے, کون سے منسٹری کیا کر رہی ہے, کیوں کر رہی, یہ علیحدہ سے ڈبیٹ ہے. جو بنیادی ریسرچ کا سوال یہ ہے کہ ہم نے اس پوری سچویشن کو جو 1947 سے پہلے ہمارے سامنے کھڑی تھی اس کے اوپر ہم نے ریسرچ کتنی کی, پریپریشن کتنی کی, اور آج 2025 میں ہم ایز کمپیئر ٹو انڈیا وہیں کھڑے ہیں یا 1947 میں کھڑے تھے. آج بھی جو جی معین الدین اور این ڈی گلہاٹی کا فرق ہے وہ وہیں موجود ہے. ٹھیک ہے جی, یہ چیزیں سمجھنے کی ہیں. دس از دی مومنٹ آف ٹروتھ, وی ہیو ٹو فیس اٹ. اور اگر آج سے ہی اگر ہم یہ طے کر لیں کہ اس سے پہلے کہ ہم دوسروں کے اوپر اس طرح کا مڈ سلنگنگ کریں, وی شوڈ look into our own home, what are the shortcomings. So there is need to work on water issue as far as our domestic policy is concerned, bilateral diplomacy is concerned, and our global forum is concerned. So all forum are in need of dire, serious policy and policy execution. That is my viewpoint.
Thank you so much. So what I take away from Dr. Asia's point and what Ahmed Rafi was also saying is that there is a rethink that is required, and that there are a lot of things that are leading us to the challenges that we face today, and those challenges are going to become even more unsustainable in the future. اور اسی کے لیے ہمیں چاہیے کہ ایک وہ جو سسٹمک ونربلٹیز ہم بنا رہے ہیں اپنے سسٹمس کے اندر ان کو ایڈریس کریں. So following up from Dr. Asia, I would now request Dr. Farad to please share her takeaways.
Thank you so much. I think that a lot of takeaways are there. یہ 4th conference ہے National Maritime, right? تو جو پہلی ہوئی ہوگی اور 4th تک کون سے ایسے ٹیک اویز ہیں جو کہ ہم نے لیے اور ہم نے کوئی امپلیمنٹ کرنے کی کوشش کی, یا اسٹوڈنٹس کوئی ٹیک اویز ہم نے لیے یا ہم نے اسے امپلیمنٹ کرنے کی کوشش کی, وہ کہاں ہمارے پاس ہیں. سو جب ڈپلومیسی وچ وی پریکٹس آن ریئلی ڈیلی بیسز, وٹ آئی بین وٹنسنگ از دیٹ وی لیک دا ڈپلومیٹس, دا پیپل ایز ڈپلومیٹس. اور انٹرنیشنل افیئرس کے جو ریسرچ سینٹرز ہیں یا ادارے ہیں, ڈپارٹمنٹس ہیں جو پڑھا رہے ہیں, میری ان سے جو یہاں بیٹھنے کی اور بات کرنے کی جو میری ان سے ریکویسٹ بھی ہوگی کہ فوکس آن دا پیپل, آن دا ینگ پیپل ہو آر انٹرسٹیڈ ٹو اسٹڈی دیز ڈسپلنس, پرائمریلی آن نان ٹریڈیشنل سیکورٹی تھریٹس جو واٹر ریلیٹڈ میٹرز ہیں, اور ان کو تیار کریں فیوچر کے لیے. کیونکہ ہمیں ایسے ڈپلومیٹس چاہیے ہوں گے جو کہ صرف فارن آفس میں نہ کام کرتے ہوں, بلکہ اس طرح کی جو ڈائنامک ملٹی لیٹرل آرگنائزیشنس ہیں جہاں ایکسپرٹیز آپ کو چاہیے. اور پاکستان میں دیر آر لاٹ آف پیپل ہو مائٹ بی انٹرسٹیڈ ٹو اسٹڈی اینڈ بلڈ آن دا ایکسپرٹیز وچ آر ریکوائرڈ. اور میں نے دیکھا ہے کہ اکثر بہت کم ایسے انٹرنیشنل لاء کے پریکٹیشنرز, ینگ لوگ یا ڈپلومیسی نیگوسیشن کے پریکٹیشنرز وہ ایگزسٹ کرتے ہیں یا ان کو بلڈ اپ ہے. تو واٹر ڈپلومیسی, کلائمیٹ ڈپلومیسی, اینڈ ہاؤ یو لک ایٹ دیز ڈائنامک جنگو ورڈز جو سم ٹائم کہا جاتا ہے, لیکن ایکسپرٹیز ڈیولپ کرنے کے لیے ڈپارٹمنٹس کو تھوڑا سا اپنی اپروچ فرام ناٹ اونلی پرائمریلی اکیڈیمک بٹ آلسو پریکٹیکل وے آف لکنگ ایٹ دیز ڈسپلنز اینڈ ورکس بھی دیکھنا پڑے گا. کیونکہ میں جو آبزرو پچھلے 20 سال سے 20 ایئرس سے آئی ایم لکنگ ایٹ ایز اے اسٹوڈنٹ مائی سیلف, بٹ آئی واز ورکنگ ود فارن آفس, ود ان فارن آفس, وٹ آئی ہیو سین از دیٹ اس وقت بھی میرے ساتھ جو بیوروکریٹس وہاں بیٹھا کرتے تھے کہتے تھے بیٹا بتاؤ کوئی واٹر ڈپلومیسی پہ کوئی ایکسپرٹ کوئی ایسا ہے جو تم جانتی ہو کہ کوئی ایسے اس وقت آئی واز ینگ ایٹ دیٹ ٹائم, یو نو آئی واز لائک اسٹڈینگ اینڈ ریڈوئنگ مائی ریسرچ, لیکن بہت کم لوگ ہیں جو کہ ریسرچ فوکس پرائمریلی آن اوشن یا واٹر. اینڈ جو انسٹیٹیوشن جہاں ہم آج بیٹھے ہیں اور کرائما کے جو رول ہے, آئی تھنک اٹس سو امپورٹنٹ, اٹ کین ناٹ بی ڈینائڈ ایٹ آل کہ اس طرح کا انیشیٹو یہاں شروع ہونا امپورٹنٹ اس لیے بھی ہے کیونکہ ہم وہ کیا شروع والی تھی ڈاکٹر شاہد نے ذکر کیا پنجاب, ہم ریورز کے اندر بیٹھے ہیں, ہارٹ آف دا ریورز میں بیٹھے ہیں. تو جب تک ہم ان ریورز اور واٹر کو انڈرسٹینڈ اپنے ساتھ نہیں کریں گے اور ینگ لوگوں کو نہیں کریں گے, ہم مجھے پتہ ہے کہ ہم ایک ٹائم آئے گا وی ول آل پیرش. ہو ول ٹیک دا لیڈ؟ دا ینگ پیپل. اینڈ اف وی ول ناٹ میک دیم اکوپ انف ٹو ڈیل ود دا چیلنجز, جیسے میں نے پہلے بھی اپنی کانورسیشن میں کہا کہ آپ کے پاس جب آپ ٹیبل پہ بیٹھتے ہیں, یو ہیو انڈیا آن دا ادر سائڈ, چائنا آن دا ادر سائڈ, یو ایس اینڈ دیئر ڈپلومیٹس, EU کے ساتھ اگر ڈائلاگ کرنا ہے, کہیں آپ نے آسیان ریجن میں فار ایگزامپل جا کے اپنے ڈائلاگ کرنا ہے, ہاؤ یو آر پریپیئرڈ فار دا کانورسیشن, کیسے آپ اپنی ریسرچ اور اپنے ٹاکنگ پوائنٹس وہاں لے کے جائیں ٹو ڈیفینڈ یور سیلف, ہے نا. انٹرنیشنل لا فار ایگزامپل, how well that is taught in the universities and institutions to prepare your students for the future. So this is
we
the future.
really need to cultivate the future diplomats and leaders, a lot of whom are present in this room. So aap se bahut sari hamari expectations hain. I move on to engineer Fakhr Raza sahab. آپ کے اپنی جو آج کی ڈسکشن ہے اس میں سے what would you want the audience to take away?
ڈاکٹر صاحب دیکھیں, ہمارے ابھی جو بات ہو رہی تھی کہ 90% جو ہماری ریسرچ کہتی ہے کہ 90% سے زیادہ جو ہمارا واٹر ریسورس ہے دیٹ از گوئنگ ٹو ایگریکلچر اریگیشن. تو واٹ آئی سی کہ جو ہماری سیونگ آ سکتی ہے وہ بھی اسی سیکٹر سے زیادہ آ سکتی ہے جدھر کنزمپشن زیادہ ہے. اب ہوتا کیا ہے کہ ہمارے جو فارمرز ہیں وین دے اریگیٹ دے نارملی ڈونٹ نو سائنٹیفکلی ایکچولی کچھ اس میں جو ہم واٹر کے وی کلیم ٹو بی ایکسپرٹ, تو ہمیں ہمارا بھی اس میں ہے رول کہ ہمیں ان کو ایجوکیٹ کرنا چاہیے کہ کون سی کراپ, فار ایگزامپل ابھی رافع صاحب نے کہا کہ پانی جو رائس کے لیے یوز کر رہے ہیں وہ ٹیکنیکلی اتنا پانی چاہیے نہیں. وجہ کیا ہے کہ ہمارا جو سسٹم ہے دیٹ آپریٹس آن سپلائی بیسڈ ناٹ آن ڈیمانڈ بیسڈ. تو جس وقت ہمارے پاس واٹر اویلیبل ہوتا ہے تو فارمرز آر کمپیلڈ ٹو یوز دیٹ واٹر. تو انسٹیڈ ہمارے جو اریگیشن سسٹم ہے دیٹ ہیز نیڈ ٹو بی اپڈیٹڈ اکارڈنگ ٹو سپلائی جو ڈیمانڈ بیسڈ ہے. تو فارمرز کو جب پانی چاہیے ہوتا ہے تب ہوتا نہیں, تو کیا ہوتا ہے پھر 20,000 جو ٹیوب ویل تھے آج 15 لاکھ سر انہوں نے کاؤنٹ کیا.
بہت ساری ڈسپیرٹیز ہیں اسی چینل کے, یعنی کنال ہیڈ اور ٹیل کی بہت ساری ڈسپیرٹیز.
ایگزیکٹلی وہ بھی ایک ایشو ہے. وہ سیزنل جو ایشوز ہیں وہ بھی اپنی جگہ پہ ہیں. کنال کلوئر ہو گیا, پانی چاہیے تو انسٹال کریں گے ٹیوب ویل. دین کمز سولر ایز ویل سر جو آپ مینشن کر رہے ہیں. بالکل ایگزیکٹلی. تو ہوتا کہ ہمارے اسٹریس آن سرفیس واٹر ریسورسز بھی بڑھ رہا ہے اور آن ادر سائڈ جو ہے گراؤنڈ واٹر ریسورسز کے اوپر بھی اسٹریس آ رہا ہے. جب ہم اریگیشن ٹیکنالوجیز کی بات کرتے ہیں, ایفیشینٹ ٹیکنالوجیز, تو ہر کوئی کہنا یا سننا چاہتا ہے کہ ڈرپ اریگیشن کی بات ہو, اسپرنکلر اریگیشن کی بات ہو, سینٹر پیوٹس کی بات ہو, لیکن اس کے علاوہ بھی ایفیشینٹ ٹیکنالوجیز ہیں. لائک ہم صرف اپنے جو کھالے ہیں واٹر کورسز لائن کر لیں, وی کین انکریز آور کنوینس ایفیشینسی وچ ول لیڈ ٹو واٹر کنزرویشن. سملرلی اگر ہم صرف اپنے لینڈز فیلڈز لیول کر لیں دیٹ واٹر فلوز اسموتھلی, تو اٹ کین برنگ واٹر سیونگ ایز ویل.
That's where the role of the government is کہ وہ مارکیٹ اپٹیک جو ہے اس کو کس طرح سے امپروو کر سکتا ہے ان inaccessible areas, اور جو اپنے اریگیشن کا نظام ہے ایٹ لیسٹ ٹو دا فیلڈ لیول اس کو کیسے ہائی ایفیشنسی.
ایگزیکٹلی. سو ناٹ گوئنگ ٹو ہائی ایفیشینٹ ٹیکنالوجیز which are obviously expensive as well, difficult to operate, sometimes labor intensive as well. So ہم اس کی بجائے why we do not advocate these simple things which can be done by the farmers themselves even. People now they are doing laser land leveling on their fields by their own. Government is facilitating, some subsidies are there that they get laser leveler اور وہ اپنے ٹریکٹر کے ساتھ لگا. Then comes zero tillage. That is an easy to adopt technology کہ آپ جو رائس کا موائسچر موجود ہے سوائل میں وہی یوز کرتے ہوئے آپ اپنی نیکسٹ جو ہے وہ کراپ. Then comes bed and furrow and bed plantation. So these are 4-5 technologies, very simple, easy to adopt, less expensive or practical. We have piloted them, almost all of them on our research farms. So instead of going to these fancy drip irrigation systems, although we have that as well for experimental purposes, so we can start with these simple things. So from these 90%, the savings will be big.
Will be huge. Chaneji, thank you so much. So last but not the least, I would like to request Ahmed Sarwar Beg Saab for his closing remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. I'll stay within my 90 seconds limit.
That's
right?
great. That's great.
My first message to our students is that don't look at others for what mistakes they have made. I have to look at myself, what I can do for this nation. Because I'm only answerable to what I have done, what I can do, and what is my part. So always focus on that. Go into STEM studies, go into arts, do your work, study hard. For a dam, I want to give an example. People from Islamabad, from Balochistan, from Quetta, you guys get like 2 hours of government supply per day, right? Right? What do? You build a tanky. पहले एक छत पे होती थी, अब एक ग्राउंड में भी है. आपने 2 टंकियां बनाई क्योंकि पानी 24 में से 2 घंटे आता है. पाकिस्तान का डिलेमा ये है कि we get 60 to 80% of water during 100 days of summer. That is from glacial melt and monsoon. We have, अब ये जो पानी है ये आपने पूरा साल यूज़ करना है. What we can do? टंकियाँ बनाएंगे. बड़ी टंकी बनती है बड़ी बनाए, छोटी बनती है छोटी बनाए. बड़ी की जगह है, 1 कनाल का घर है, बड़ा बना ले. 5 मरले 3 मरले का घर है, छोटी बना ले. We have to build dams, large dams as well as small dams. We have to go for integrated water resource management. We have to do everything. It's not a question of either this or that. We have to do all of that so that we can become a progressive nation. हम तरक्की कर रहे हैं. WAPDA is working on $25 billion projects. Government is investing. We have the government backing us up. We have CPEC, we have World Bank, we have Asian Development Bank. We have American government, we have oil producing countries backing us up. Everybody is doing their best part. What in the university you can do is do your part, study hard, and come into science and technology. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So on this note, I'd like to thank all our wonderful, wonderful panelists for taking their time out, sharing their wisdom so generously with the entire audience. And I'd like to thank the wonderful audience as well for listening in very patiently and being such good listeners, and for their patience as well. Right, so I may not have done my job of timekeeping that well, but I'm sure that was worth all the wonderful insights that we got from our panelists. And thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. Thank you, Ji.
Thank you so much. Student, please keep sitting. Thank you. Thank you to all our distinguished panelists for such a thought-provoking and enriching discussion, and it truly reflected the spirit of diversity in perspectives, professional backgrounds, and expertise. And it reminds us that the complex problems, challenges, they demand multidimensional insights. So thank you so much for such discussion. Now I would like to invite Mr. Talha Suhail, Director, Maritime Research and Development Association. They are our knowledge partner for this National Maritime Conference. So please welcome Mr. Talha Suhail.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. So Maritime Research and Development Association is a non-profit civil organization which aims to promote maritime awareness in Pakistan. So we are talking about maritime governance themes in this conference. I think it is pertinent to highlight the plight of maritime laws at sea as exhibited by the Israeli maritime forces. International waters for common use by all nations are now governed not by UN clauses but laws of the jungle. The Israelis ambushed and boarded Samud flotilla and confiscated humanitarian aid for the starving population of Palestine in international waters. Today, oceans governance is almost non-existent due to the high-handed attitude of Israeli government and its allies. Our association urges the audience to write on this subject using maritime platforms such as CRIMA. With respect to Indus Water Treaty, India has suspended and violated the agreement which contributed to recent devastation in Pakistan in the form of floods. The exclusive economic zone of Pakistan is also being encroached by international poachers and illegal fishermen. The conference has brought out a lot of suggestions in the best interest of Pakistan, for which I thank all the participants. Once again, we extend all cooperation in formulating proposals and implementation at national and international levels. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Talha Suhail. Now I would like to request Dr. Farhat Asif, President, Institute of Peace and Development, Islamabad. Madam, please come forward. They are our knowledge collaborators, and they have intellectually collaborated with us for this conference, National Maritime Conference on Water Governance. Please, Dr. Asif.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vakasia, for inviting me. Thank you so much, the panelists. First of all, I would like to congratulate worthy Vice Chancellor for hosting this important event, conference, and I think that this should continue. A little bit of Institute of Peace and Diplomatic Studies. We call ourselves think and do tank. Primarily what we believe is that thinking is not important, as I've been propagating a lot during my conversation, is that not only knowledge is important, your actions also very much important. And when we are discussing about this ocean rim, oceans and water, what is important is that how we translate our conversations here to much bigger action that we would like to take. Institute of Peace and Diplomatic Studies is a non-profit organization. We have established with the presence and with the guidance of Professor Johan Galtung, who came over to Pakistan to sign our foundation stone. Professor Johan Galtung has been the founder, the father of peace studies globally. It was an honor for us to invite him to Pakistan. We have also been honored that for the first time in the history of Pakistan, we invited Nobel Peace Laureate, the young, who was young before Malala, from Yemen. She came over to Pakistan on our invitation and signed the foundation for stone for Center for Women, Peace and Leadership there at the Institute. We have also centers, various centers, primarily focusing on Center for BRI and China Studies, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and Central Asian Republics. These centers are focusing on the regional, of course, diplomacy, regional integration, and regional promotion. Institute of Peace and Diplomatic Studies has been fostering forward the diplomatic learning as well. We have several programs. One of the flagship is International Young Diplomat School, which we do it with the embassies there in Islamabad, primarily a 3 days event that we do, of course, inviting the young people, primarily asking them to sit down with ambassadors and talk with them. An institute has a flagship journal of peace and diplomacy and the Diplomatic Insight. I would like to encourage everyone to write on the water issues, which are primarily neglected. I would say not only that you need to write in English, but also in Urdu as well. I encourage you all to please look at those websites and our information there on social media as well. And I would really love to have your conversations written there so that the diplomats in Pakistan, of course, and wherever our reach is gone, what is important is how our voice, whatever we are sitting here in this room, our voices should be there across the world, knowing that we have the knowledge, we have the understanding our own issues, not only on our own issues, but we know that what our adversaries or challenges are there. So it is very much important. I look forward to collaborating further, Dr. Saab, and thank you, Dr. Vakasia, and all those organizers who had made this immense partnership possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Farhat Asif, for traveling all the way from Islamabad to be here and intellectually collaborating with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a memorandum of understanding with the Karachi Fisheries Harbour, Kurangi Fisheries Harbour Authority. Before that, we are going to request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, sir, please come forward for the souvenir distribution to this excellent panel. Would the Vice Chancellor is requested to join him. First of all, I would like to request Dr. Asia Mukhtar. Dr. Asia Mukhtar, Assistant Professor, Kinnear College for Women. Thank you, Madam, for joining us. Now I would like to request Engineer Tahir Bashar Chima. Thank you, sir, for your candid talk and telling our students about the history of Indus Water Treaty. Thank you. Now I would like to request Mr. Ahmed Rafi Alam, environmental lawyer. Thank you for sharing the statistics and the real picture of what is happening in Pakistan. Now I request Dr. Farhat Asif, President, Institute of Peace and Development Studies, Islamabad. Thank you so much, Dr. Saiba, for joining us. Now, Engineer Fakhr Raza is requested to receive the token of appreciation. Regional Director, Pakistan Council of Research in Water Resources. Now I request Mr. Shahid Hamid, Advisor, Hydrology and Water Management, WAPDA, Lahore. Sir, please receive the token of appreciation. Now thank you. Now Mr. Ahmed Server, Director, Projects, WAPDA, requested to receive the token of appreciation. Thank you so much for coming and joining us for this insightful discussion. Now I would request Dr. Ahmed Ali Gul to please receive the souvenir for excellently moderating this panel discussion. Thank you so much. He is Director, Center for Disaster Management, UMT. Now I would like to request Mr. Talha Suhail, our knowledge partner. Thank you for being so generous and being part of National Maritime Conference. We are so thankful to you. And we highly appreciate your contribution. Now, once again, I would like to request Dr. Farhat Asif to receive souvenir on the behalf of Mr. Asif Noo, who is not here for intellectually collaborating with us and making this conference possible. We are really thankful to you. Thank you. And also, I would like to invite Dr. Uzma Naz for her contribution to organizing this conference. Now I request all the panelists to please come forward for the group picture. All the guests are requested to please join for the group photo. Mr. Farhan, Mr. Yasser Hadi, please. We are really thankful to all the panelists and the moderators and our keynote speakers to be here with us today. Now the 17th ambassadors. Okay. Oh. Thank you so much. Now we are pleased to announce that Minhaj University Lahore is going to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Kurangi Fisheries Harbour Authority. And this collaboration marks a significant step towards promoting research, innovation, and sustainable development in Pakistan's maritime and fisheries sector. Student, please be seated. Please be seated. Only the 17th ambassadors, they are required to come forward. Thank you so much. You are all requested to please take your seats and we are going to have an MOU signing ceremony here with the Kurangi Fisheries Harbour Authority representative, Dr. Shahid Aslam Mirza. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have an MOU signing ceremony, and this MOU aims to foster academic industry linkages, facilitate knowledge exchange, and encourage collaborative projects focused on blue economy growth. Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University Lahore, and Managing Director, Kurangi Fisheries Harbour Authority, Dr. Shahid Aslam Mirza. Now I would like to invite Dr. Uzma Naz for the vote of thanks. Dear audience, you are requested to please be seated. Now, Dr. Uzma Naz is invited to deliver the vote of thanks. Dr. Uzma Naz.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vakasia. Lot of appreciations to my student, and everyone was appraising you that you are good listener. But I'm taking only 3 to 4 minutes, so it will not be exhaustive at all. Okay, at the end of 4th National Maritime Conference 2025, I would like to thanks to my honorable university leadership, chief guests, distinguished keynote speakers, eminent panelists, esteemed colleagues and participants, and my dear humble students as well. As we reach conclusion of the 4th National Maritime Conference 2025, organized by the Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs at Minhaj University, Lahore, it is a moment of great pride to reflect upon the day's meaningful deliberations, scholarly contributions, and visionary dialogues that we listened here. This year's conference theme was Water and Ocean Governance, Bridging the Blue Economy and Sustainable Water Management. It has successfully brought together academia, government, industry, and international partners to deliberate on one of the most critical dimensions of contemporary governance, the sustainable management of maritime and freshwater resources as well. So starting from the inaugural session, it was really a bunch of policymakers, practitioners, diplomats, academicians, and politicians. The session held today have highlighted Pakistan's evolving maritime potential, regional cooperation needs, transboundary water issues, and the imperative to integrate climate resilience, water diplomacy, and economy principle into national and regional policies. We are privileged to have witnessed profound discussion across both panels. First panel, themed Blue Economy in Practice, Governing Marine Resources, Fisheries and Coastal Development. And the second panel, themed Water Security and Regional Cooperation, Rethinking Transboundary Water Governance. So the insights shared today have been enlightened and have opened new academic and policy horizons for Pakistan's maritime and water sectors, freshwater sectors. We express our deepest gratitude to our distinguished university leadership, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore, Professor Dr. although he's not around today, but his support and collaboration is always there, Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad, Registrar, Minhaj University, Lahore. Their consistent encouragement and institutional support have been instrumental in CRIMA's journey towards advancing maritime scholarships. Then their vision and commitment to policy-oriented research continue to inspire us all. So we are profoundly honored by the gracious presence of our university leadership. Next, we are having chief guests, Dr. Zarka Sorwardi, Taimur. She spent time here, and we are honored to have her. She is senator, and we are also having guest of honors, His Excellency Najib Mushtaq Vohra, Honorary Consulate General of Uzbekistan, Lahore, and Mr. Palzu from China. We are thankful for your presence. Now we extend our heartfelt appreciation to our keynote speakers for their exceptional contribution. Rear Admiral Naveed Ahmad Rizvi Saab, former Commandant Pakistan Navy War College, PNWC Lahore. Dr. Shahid Aslam Mirza, Managing Director, Kurangi Fisheries Harbour Authority, Ministry of Maritime Affairs, MoMA, Karachi. Their reflection on national maritime strategies, fisheries governance, and sustainable development have added immense value to this conference as well. We are really thankful for their presence. Now come to our panel moderators. We acknowledge the commendable efforts of our panel moderators, whose academic leadership and thoughtful guidance ensured productive and engaging discussions. First panel led by Dr. Aisha Safdar Ali, Associate Professor and Head Department of International Relations at Kanate College for Women, University Lahore. We are thankful to have you. The second panel, Dr. Ahmad Ali Gul, Director, Center for Disaster Management, University of Management and Technology, Lahore. We are also humbled to have you here. Our all panelists, with the paucity of time, I'm not taking the names, but we record our sincere appreciation to all panelists for their presentations, research insights, and professional perspectives. On behalf of Minhaj University, Lahore, and Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, I extend profound gratitude to all who made this event possible. First, to our university leadership, we are moving forward with their strategic vision and unwavering encouragement and support. Second, the chief guests, guest of honor, and keynote speakers, the third panel moderators, and the panelists, and the dedicated working committee members headed by different committee conveners. I'm not taking name, and if I'm missing anyone, beg pardon. So, most importantly, our collaborative partners and sponsors, the Institute of Peace and Diplomatic Studies, and our sponsor, Maritime Research and Development Association, for their valuable collaboration and sponsorship. Mr. Talha was around, Commodore Sohail, I think he could not join, so I'm thankful. To Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq and his all team, whose exemplary coordination, dedication, and professionalism ensured the seamless execution of this event. To our student volunteers, hopefully this will keep you alive, CRIMA team members, and university staff, our IT teams, all that were working behind the curtains, behind the scenes, and all those that were working behind the scenes, their commitment brought this event to life, actually. The most importantly, our stage coordinator, Dr. Wakasia Naeem, we are thankful you are always there. So a little note for today's discussion. The 4th National Maritime Conference has reaffirmed that the future of sustainable development, national security, and regional stability lies in our ability to govern our oceans and water system responsibility. One thing, and I think ma'am is not around, Dr. Farhat Asif highlighted that what are the other, where are the other takeaways from the last 3 conferences. I assure that all have been taken care, all have been written, all have been noted, and many of them have been with the ministries for further actions. So I assure it is not in vain. Everything, every word that has been recorded in this room, it is not for this room, it is for policy makers, it is for execution, it is for further discussions, it is for further research as well. So the discussion held today will surely inform future research, strengthen institutional linkages as well, and guide policy frameworks that align with Pakistan maritime vision and the sustainable development goals that we are going to contribute in 2030 with United Nations. So let us continue to build upon this momentum, fostering cooperation, research, and innovation to make the blue economy a cornerstone of Pakistan prosperity. With these reflections, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to everyone who contributed to the success of this event. We look forward to welcoming you all for the upcoming events of Minhaj University, Lahore. Thank you, and may you have a blessed day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Usma. So with this, we conclude our today's program, National Maritime Conference in 2025. Now I request all the worthy guests to please join us